to struck you down. Steve's here sorting all the truth from the cloud. No panic, no spin, no agenda to flatter. Just one simple rule, facts still matter. Facts still matter, say it louder, say it louder. Truth cuts through all the noise, that's power. Steve's in the chat with the real-time data. Drop that spin, we'll fact check it later. Facts still matter, yeah, we're keeping receipts. Headlines fine, but we repass the tweets. If it's news, if it's now, Steve breaks it down. Cause the truth hits different when the facts come out.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday the 13th. 13th of February, 2026. Thanks for being here. I know you've got many choices to make every single day. And we're so grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thanks. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping. Liking is loving. Sharing is caring. There's a gifting goal today. Please consider utilizing that because that helps us get to the FYP, helps us stay on the FYP. As you know, we are crowdfunded here too. We are tracking towards our goal of $25K for the Do Something Tour. We passed $1,400 yesterday. Thank you all in advance. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way to do that is through the various things that exist in cyberspace. Everything is at Factsstillmatter. You'll find those links in the link tree that's in my bio. So thank you. I'd like to encourage everyone, if you could donate $1 today. We've been getting some pretty decent crowds in here, over 2,000 people yesterday for a good chunk of time. So if everybody donated $1, it's going to help us take a big chunk out of that particular goal. So thank you very much. This entire Do Something tour that we're doing starting in April is going to depend a lot on you. And we got a lot of pieces that we're working on internally, but we really need your help. So there's that. Head on over to the link tree that's in my bio. You can also find a link to our Discord. A lot of information that we talk about on the show is there. Also, there's information on the Do Something Tour in the announcements channel. Please consider checking that out. Head on over to the Facts merch store, which is factsstillmatter.site or Facts HQ. A lot of really cool items. And today we will wrap up our fundraising program that we did to support canmn.org. That's the Community Action Network of Minneapolis. And we'll make a donation. Any and all items sold between any item in the merch store, by the way, sold today through the end of the day today, will all go to support that cause. We've been doing this for a few weeks now. Dedicated items specific to Minneapolis. So I think we're close to $250 or somewhere around that number. We'll do the final count and we'll announce it later. But anyway, do all that stuff. Programming note, tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern time, right here, Facts After Dark. What is your love language? And we're also going to play some of the best love songs or worst love songs, depending on your perspective of all time. So if you need a little break, you want to kind of just chill, Netflix and chill, or whatever you're doing tonight, please come on back this evening at 7 o'clock. And again, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. So I think what I kind of want to, I want to discuss the fallout from the Pam Bondi testimony. Because we're going to talk about her a little bit today because of some of her relationships with people who, by no coincidence, ended up on the Jeffrey files. And how she was probably, well, look, my opinion only, she was brought in to be the Attorney General for one reason and for one reason only, to protect the people involved. Not to protect the survivors, not to protect the victims, not to protect people who were assaulted and violated, and in some cases worse. She was brought in to protect the people who did it. And I think there's more and more evidence of that every single day. So we'll get into all that shit. I want to just real quick before, it is Free Speech Friday, by the way. So the phone lines are open, as they say. So we'll welcome anybody who wants to come up and chat today. I want to just kind of go through the job numbers report, because it's really, really interesting when you, as you know, I pay attention to media because messaging is extremely important. So we got job numbers that came out just a couple days ago. And what I find really, really interesting is, let me see if I can find the story here. Hang on one second. When you listen to Fox News talk about it, here's when they were literally live on the air during Maria Bartiromo's show. This is how they portrayed the news.
Continue to see jobs growing in healthcare and social services. We're going to see jobs disappearing in tech and AI and finance and entry-level jobs.
Market is on fire. The Dow Industrial's moving up right now, up 152. Let's get the jobs numbers right now from Cheryl.
130,000 jobs created for the month of January. Wow. The estimate was 70,000. Wow, I was right, Maria. 4.3% is the unemployment rate. The street was looking for 4.4%. This is not the kind of report we expected to see, guys. Let me give you the government jobs picture. That is negative 42. 42,000 on the government side, part of the equation. We saw that in the reports previously.
You get the idea, because obviously that's a big number. That was an unexpected number, as they discussed. Well, here's the problem with that. What they're not reporting on is the additional revisions made by the BLS. Remember, members of the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because the president did not like the numbers middle of last year or so, whenever it was, decided to replace the person and then put a hand-picked lackey in charge of the BLS. Then, of course, there was that churn and burn during the government shutdown, and they said that they didn't have access to the information, even though we've had information published before. Then they had some bad numbers, and they put out some inflation numbers and the CPI, and they didn't track everything, so it's been one big cover-up from the beginning. Well, what's not being reported by Fox, shockingly so, is that the BLS on Wednesday sharply revised down its estimate of total payroll jobs at the end of 2025, cutting that figure by more than 1 million positions. The agency previously estimated that payroll jobs totaled 159,526,000 in December. It now says that number stood at 158,497,000. The downward correction marks the largest such revision in the past 10 years and suggests the labor market was significantly weaker than initially reported. The last time we had a revision that was even close to this was during the first Trump administration. Anyway, the sweeping revision dramatically altered the picture of hiring in 2025. Average monthly payroll growth was revised down from roughly 50,000 jobs per month to just 15,000. In addition, total number of jobs added for the year was revised to 184,000, well below the previously reported 584,000 gains. The change in total non-farm employment for 2025 was revised down to a seasonally adjusted 181,000 from the previously reported 584,000. U.S. economy also created 862,000 fewer jobs in the last 12 months than previously estimated. So this is why media literacy matters. Things like this. Because if you see the headline, and sure, it's great news to talk about that, but all those gains are gone because of the downward revision. And it works against the push for the Fed to lower rates. So this is not, obviously Wall Street reacted, sure, as they would, but how did they react is the bigger question. I find it fascinating that we are still in this position where people who support his economic agenda are claiming that everything is fine. He's getting hammered. He's getting hammered in polling, absolutely hammered in polling, and this just makes it worse. Remember, I played that sound a couple of days ago. Well, your polling says your numbers are shitty, sir, because the economy. And his response was, well, should be better. Bentley, bro, you don't understand. It's not just the government jobs, Bentley. You understand there's not that many government jobs to record that many losses. That's just maths, right? That would just be maths, Bentley. We know you're not the brightest bulb on the tree. So maybe you should stop with your bias and stop smelling the taint and understand that the lies that you've been told continue. And it's not my opinion, my guy. It's just the data. So is data now too woke for you? The Trump BLS comes out with these numbers, revising the number down by 1 million jobs, and that's supposed to be good? Okay, boo. We see you. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting because it doesn't get, obviously, that part doesn't get covered. It's like 182,000 jobs. Stop in Trump world, comma, except the fact that they revised down 1 million. Not good. So there's that. Okay, today, like I said, it's all my opinion. It's how could the data be my opinion? How could a report from the BLS, which is, by the way, the primary source, and when I read from the primary source, and the primary source, and the primary source, which is the Trump Department of Labor, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, when I read that, how is that my opinion? So I'm really sorry, but That's the best comment ever. Okay. The Bureau of Labor Statistics on Wednesday sharply revised. It doesn't say, Steve, facts still matter, woke liberal. It doesn't say that. It says the Bureau of Labor Statistics on Wednesday sharply revised down its estimate of total payroll jobs at the end of 2025, cutting the figure by more than 1 million positions. That's not my opinion. That, I'm talking slowly, intentionally, that would be data from the Trump administration's Department of Labor. Okay? The agency previously estimated that payroll jobs totaled 159 million. Again, these are numbers. 159,526,000 in December. It now says that number stood at, again, another number, 158,497,000, which is around 1 million jobs. Not my opinion, okay? My opinion would be people like Bentley skip school between kindergarten and 11th grade. That would be my opinion. I would have to go to the source to see how many times he skipped math class. But particularly in this case, not my opinion. Thank you, Swishy Raiders. Hearts in the chats for Swishy Raiders. What was the number? The number was a revision down by the BLS of 1 million jobs. Also a fact. Thank you, Fairy Dust. Annual payroll growth slashed. Again, not my opinion. Down from roughly 50,000 per month down to 15,000 per month. So again, I don't know what to tell you, friends. It's not my opinion. It's literally the data. But apparently, math is woke. Apparently, data from Trump agencies is woke. Cool. Good to know. Wednesday's revision was part of the BLS's annual benchmark process, which differs from the routine monthly revisions typically included in jobs reports. Each year, the BLS benchmarks its payroll estimates based on the monthly survey of establishments against a more comprehensive count from the quarterly census of employment and wages, or QCEW. The QCEW covers more than 95% of U.S. jobs and relies on employment and wage data reported by businesses. So are the businesses then lying? Okay, two major factors contributed to the outsized revisions. One is a falling response rates to the establishment survey, a problem that worsened over several years and dropped sharply following the pandemic. Another factor cited was distortions created by the massive influx of illegal immigrants during President Biden's tenure, according to the BLS. Nice statement there. Illegal immigration employment, for example, might appear in the monthly survey of establishments, but not in the QCEW data used for benchmarking. These discrepancies may have inflated earlier payroll estimates before being corrected in the annual revision. So again, I don't know what to tell you. You want to argue with the math? Go ahead and argue with the math. That's totally fine. You can stand in front of your wall and write maths, M-A-T-H-S, on the wall in front of you and yell at it. If that's going to give you some satisfaction, go for it. That's funny. It's your opinion. That's your opinion. Them numbers that you got, them numbers from the BLS, that's all your opinion. Wait, how could it be my opinion if they're the numbers from the BLS? Well, that's what BLS means. Broke liberals suck. No, it means Bureau of Labor Statistics, like the Department of Labor in the Trump administration. That don't mean shit. That was a woke program created by Biden, and y'all Trump trying to clean it up. So we're fixing shit. Okay. Okay. All right. A couple of little highlights again today. I know, backed by data. Exactly. I need to quit sharing my opinion, which is backed by data. Jesus Christ. It's not even 8:20 yet. We're already in this. It is Free Speech Friday, after all. So I'm gonna play a couple of little sound bites from the president. And I want Vietnam veterans who voted for President Trump to pay particular attention to this, because I think this is very, very telling when the president says this.
From Vietnam, and I went to Vietnam for a couple of days, and I spent 2 more days than he did there. You know, he was never there.
Okay, let's hear that again. I'm curious. Hang on one second. Just want to hear that again.
Said he was a great war hero from Vietnam. And I went to Vietnam for a couple of days, and I spent 2 more days than he did there. You know, he was never there.
Just so you know, Mr. Trump, in regard to the Vietnam War, so veterans out there, right? So this would be a stolen valor moment, making a claim. You know, the traitorous president, the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator, racist. That guy claimed that he was in Vietnam for a couple days. What, on a vacation? He received 4 student deferments during his college years, 1964 to 1968. He classified 1Y due to bone spurs, medical exemption for bone spurs, never drafted for military service, did not serve in the armed services, and did not go to Vietnam, avoided service during the war. So those of you who are veterans, who served your country honorably, who are Vietnam veterans in particular, right? Who, by the way, the president thinks most of you all are suckers and losers. How would you like to respond to that when the president says, I was there for a couple days? Here it is again, just in case you missed it.
Said he was a great war hero from Vietnam. And I went to Vietnam for a couple of days, and I spent 2 more days than he did there. You know, he was never there.
Received 4 student deferments.
Said he was a great war hero from Vietnam.
One more time.
And I went to Vietnam for a couple of days, and I spent 2 more days than he did there. You know, he was never there.
Again, received 4 student deferments during his college years from 1964 to 1968. Classified 1Y due to bone spurs, medical exemption for bone spurs. By the way, the doctor, this is a little inside baseball in case you did not know this, the doctor who signed off on his bone spurs had an office in a building owned by Trump's dad. Did you know that, MAGA? Did you guys know that? Probably not, huh? Okay. Anyway, classified 1Y due to bone spurs, medical exemption for bone spurs, never drafted, and then did not go to Vietnam. So how would you like to address this one? Anybody? Anybody on the right feel like they want to address? Hey, Bentley, is this just the weave? Yorkie, is this just the weave? Because that sounds like stolen valor to me. I went to Vietnam for a couple of days? Bro, no, you didn't. Now, we know recently that there was a tariff levied on the country of Vietnam. And then all of a sudden, Steve Witkoff and others are over there negotiating so that they would reduce and or eliminate some of the restrictions for investments that were being able to be made by the Trump family. So the whole story is the Trump family wants to expand their empire to East Asia. And they wanted to build a golf course and a Trump property in Vietnam. And the government used the threat of tariffs so that the Vietnamese government would reduce those restrictions. And lo and behold, they did. And lo and behold, they did that. And all of a sudden, the permits got fast-tracked for approval. So maybe in the confabulation brain of the stable genius, he thought that's what it meant, that he was in Vietnam for a couple of days. But I'm sure that's just nothing, right? Okay, cool. All right, a few more things today. Then I've got, We got to talk a little bit more about the Jeffrey files because we are at day 56 of the federal government violating the law, breaking the law, the law that Pam Bondi actually fucking lied about during her testimony. We're going to talk about that in a little bit more. Anybody involved is part of this cover up. Anybody involved that are just unwilling to accept what is the truth, that the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator, racist is all over these files. And Pam Bondi, you are protecting him because you're complicit, Pam. And we've got a lot more to talk about with you, Pam, today, because I've got a little bit of, I'm not going to say it's breaking news, but it's an interesting story that I kind of stumbled on doing some research. But first, let's talk about the Glaze Fest, shall we? Actually, before we do that, it is Friday the 13th today. So happy Friday the 13th. I know there's many horror fans out there. Horror is not my favorite genre, only because it's become predictable to me. My children love horror movies. It's not my favorite, but this is a big day for many horror aficionados. Friday the 13th is considered an unlucky day in Western superstition. It occurs when the 13th day of the month in Gregorian calendar falls on a Friday, which happens at least once every year, but can occur up to 3 times in the same year. For a month to have a Friday the 13th, the first day of the month has to be on a Sunday. Again, that would be maths, Bentley, because there's 7 days in a week. For a month to have a Friday the 13th, the first day of that month has to be on a Sunday. Okay, cool. Triskaidekaphobia. One source mentioned for the unlucky, this is from Wiki, one source mentioned for the unlucky reputation of the number 13 is a Norse myth about 12 gods having a dinner party in Valhalla. The trickster god Loki, who was not invited, arrived as the 13th guest and arranged for Hor, the god of darkness, to shoot Balder, the god of joy and gladness, with a mistletoe-tipped arrow. Balder died, triggering much suffering in the world, which caused the number 13 to be considered unlucky. Christian associations. The superstition seems to relate to various things, like the story of Jesus' Last Supper and crucifixion, in which there were 13 individuals present in the upper room on Maundy Thursday, the night before his death on Good Friday. Good Friday, not necessarily a good day for Jesus now, was it? Probably not. While there is evidence of both, this is in conjunction with Friday itself, while there is evidence of both Friday and the number 13 being considered unlucky, there is no record of the two items being referred to as especially unlucky in conjunction before the 19th century. Some cite the arrest of Knights Templar on Friday, October the 13th, 1307, by officers of King Philip IV of France as the origin of the Friday the 13th superstition, but it is agreed the origins remain murky. So celebrate it as one does, I guess. But anywho, if you would like to sort of fall into the, I don't know how to put this, there are some. Anyway, come back tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern time for Facts After Dark, where we'll dive into language of love, and we will even play some of the best love songs. Well, some of the best love songs out there. There's like 5 or 6 that are in my head that we'll share later. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate y'all. Okay, what I wanted to kind of get into a little bit before we break down some of the Jeffrey files, because there's a lot more things that are weird to me as you sort of connect the dots. But this is Republican Andrew Garbino. Okay, he's a committee chair. I don't exactly know which committee. It's part of I think it's part of the Rules Committee, but. You want to talk about glazing? I love it when the right says that they're the party of the Constitution. We always call them the party of snowflakes, but here you go. This is a little moment in that hearing room.
Are watching. Your unwillingness to demand accountability from your own leadership speaks volumes. 2 American citizens. Gentleman's time is expired.
Okay, you're going to hear next the voice of Andrew Garbino.
People deserve. Gentleman's time is expired. Members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate. It is a clear violation of the rules of the House to make statements that might be personally offensive to the President or the Vice President of the United States.
What?
I now recognize
What? You can't say bad things about the President or the Vice President? Okay, Andrew Garbino, I'll make it simple for you. Hi, I'm Steve. Facts Still Matter, live on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern until noon. I think the president's a fuck. I think the president's a predator. I think the president is the most corrupt individual to have ever served. I think he's vile. I think he's disgusting. I think he's a fucking pig. And I hope he has the day that he deserves. And J.D. Vance, too. Again, Facts Still Matter, Steve, live Monday through Friday, 8 till noon Eastern time. Okay? Oh, and Andrew, fuck you. Thanks. You have a day. Okay, somebody said I have to unlock a gift. I don't know how to do that. People keep telling me to do that. I don't know what that even means, so I don't know. So sorry. Anyway, okay. Couple of other things too.
Epstein to her attorney.
There's what I've noticed recently is that there are, how do I want to put this? Because what we're seeing with the Jeffrey files has gone global, right? Like global, obviously. We're starting to see, thank you. We're starting to see more and more reaction. People are, industries, royal families. I know there's talk about blowing up the entire monarchy in Norway because of connections there. We've seen prominent figures step down. We've seen King Charles just yesterday say, listen, if Interpol or the police want to investigate my brother, we're not going to stop you. So there's a few stories like that. You're going to hear about Kathy Ruemmler. Okay, it's Ruemmler. This was reported by CNN, and I've got an article from the New York Times to back it up. But this is interesting. Again, the levels to which these people go, and just these strange connections to this guy. So here's the story.
62nd birthday, he got an email from former Obama White House counsel Kathy Ruemmler. Happy birthday. I hope you enjoy the day with your one true love, adding a smiley face. Epstein responded, they say that men usually gave a name to their penis, as it would be inappropriate to make love to a total stranger. Ruemmler replied, hard to believe that there is still an open question about whether men are the inferior gender. This is one of just a few of the hundreds of emails that Ruemmler exchanged with Epstein during the final years of his life. Now the chief legal officer at Goldman Sachs, Ruemmler has said that she got to know Epstein through her work as a lawyer, and that the two were, quote, friendly in that professional context. But in the latest release of Epstein files from the Justice Department, photos of Ruemmler and messages between the two suggest they had a close personal friendship. Ruemmler discussed matters in her personal life, expressed gratitude for their, quote, friendship, sometimes concluded messages with, quote, XO and XOXO, and repeatedly fawned over gifts from who she called at times Uncle Jeffrey. Ruemmler even discussed possibly visiting Epstein's private island, asking in 2017 if she could take a, quote, day trip there, with emails suggesting Epstein tried to coordinate a private jet to pick her up. It's unclear if the visit ever occurred, and a Goldman Sachs spokesperson previously said Ruemmler never visited the island. Ruemmler's PR team referred CNN's questions about her birthday exchange with Epstein to her attorney. The fact is, Ms. Ruemmler does not make any statement about Epstein's penis. She does not reference it, she does not joke about it, she does not banter with Epstein about it, she does not accede to Epstein's unsolicited, gratuitous remarks about men and their penises. Nothing. In another message from July 2015, Ruemmler asked Epstein if he read a New York Times story which featured critics of sex offender registries, like the one he had been listed on for several years by then. Thinking about whether there is an opportunity there, Ruemmler wrote. Asked about that exchange, a Ruemmler spokesperson told CNN, at times, Epstein sought informal advice and she provided feedback based upon her understanding at the time, without any formal involvement. Months later, Ruemmler wrote that helping Epstein with his, quote, legal was important because, quote, friendships goes two ways. A spokesperson for Ruemmler told CNN she, quote, has done nothing wrong and has nothing to hide. Nothing in the records suggests otherwise. Jeffrey Epstein was a man of 1,000 faces. Miss Ruemmler only saw the one he put on to win people over and gain credibility and acceptance. Her views were shaped by that and his denials of any wrongdoing other than what he had pled guilty to years prior. Miss Ruemmler has deep sympathy for those harmed by Epstein. If she knew then what she knows now, she never would have dealt with him at all.
So it's weird. It's just some of the communications about, you know, the name for your junk. Yeah, dudes do name their junk. That is true, which is a weird thing. That is just dudes being dumb. Yeah, that is something that we do for sure. Don't ask, because I'm not going to tell you. I'm trying to figure out this thing. I'm supposed to do something. Let me do this. Okay, let me do that. I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. Hang on a second. These are, I think this is what I'm supposed to do here. Okay, there. I think I did it. Anyway, it's just weird that, and this is one person, by the way, who's stepped down. And yes, she served in the Obama administration. So she should be questioned. Thank you. And anybody involved, or anyone who has any knowledge of her relationship with JE when she served under the during the Obama administration and post, but she's resigned. My point is that you're starting to see responses, and whether or not she's guilty of anything, that's not for me to judge. She just decided that, listen, I can't be connected to this at all anymore. So, interesting. So the story from the New York Times kind of doubles down on that a little bit. Kathy Rummler, a former top Obama administration lawyer, is out at Goldman Sachs after emails showed a friendly relationship with the offender Jeffrey for many, many years. Kathy Rummler resigned on Thursday in the wake of the Justice Department's release of emails and other material that revealed her extensive relationship with Jeffrey, the disgraced financier. Ms. Rummler and representatives for Goldman said for years that she had a strictly professional relationship with Mr. Epstein, a convicted offender, but emails, text messages, and photographs released last month upend that narrative, leading to Ms. Rummler's sudden resignation, which surprised many inside the firm. Okay, so Catherine, what you're saying is you would not have resigned your position unless your name was made public. That should say a lot. Thank you. That's cool. Thank you. Anyway, before joining Goldman in 2020, Ms. Rummler was a counselor, confidant, and friend to Mr. Epstein, the document showed. She advised him how to respond to tough questions about his sex crimes, discussed her dating life, advised him on how to avoid unflattering media scrutiny, and addressed him as Sweetie and Uncle Jeffrey. Mr. Epstein, in turn, provided career advice on her move to Goldman, introduced her to well-known business people, and showered her with gifts of spa treatments, high-end travel, and Hermes luxury items. Is Hermes a brand? I think it must be. In total, Ms. Rummler was mentioned in more than 10,000 of the documents released by the Justice Department. Ms. Rummler, in addition to being Goldman's general counsel in 2021, was a partner and vice chair of its Reputational Risk Committee. Okay, sure. She earlier served as a White House counsel under President Obama and was a white-collar defense lawyer at Latham & Watkins. Quote, "My responsibility is to put Goldman Sachs first," Ms. Rummler, 54, said in a statement confirming the resignation. In a separate statement, Goldman's chief executive, David M. Solomon, said he respected her decision and described her as a mentor and friend to many of our people. Jesus. I'm going to. Until her resignation, Ms. Rummler had, through representatives, said she engaged in banter and social interactions with the well-connected Mr. Epstein in order to gain introductions to new clients. The documents illustrated a closer relationship between the two that began in 2014. Again, the relationship began in 2014. This is after he's already been fucking convicted of crimes. Solicitation to prostitution from a minor and others. What the fuck is wrong with these fucking people? They're all fucking monsters. Every fucking one of them. Every one of them. Every single one of them. Whether or not you committed crimes against children, girls and boys, whether or not you did that, you decided it was okay to have a casual, bantery, tee-hee-hee relationship with a convicted predator? Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus. Okay, Angel. Angel, I see you spamming. I get it. Who arrested Epstein and Maxwell? I get it. Donald Trump during the first Trump administration. I get that. Angel, who's breaking the law currently? Okay, if you want to play that game, yes. He was arrested again in 2019 under the Trump administration, Angel. So why don't you spam this? Why is the Trump administration currently breaking the law? I bet you won't do that. Instead, I think you'll just run. Cool. The documents illustrated a closer relationship between the two that began in 2014 and was described by Ms. Rumler in one email as a friendship. She educated him on how the law differentiates between underage victims of sex crimes and adult prostitutes. I think the point is that if she was underage, she could not legally consent to engaging in prostitution. Ms. Rumler wrote to Mr. Epstein in 2015. She offered advice on how to knock down the credibility of one of his accusers, writing in one email that Mr. Epstein's lawyer could push the woman into a, quote, perjury trap. Ms. Rumler signed some emails XOXO. I wonder if she signed it THX. Inside joke. Ms. Rumler signed some emails XOXO and swapped photos. She joked with Mr. Epstein about the weight of visitors at New Jersey rest stops and speculated about the sexual orientation of a well-known hedge fund billionaire. And over a series of meetings, she sought his advice on personal and professional matters. Quote, men aren't interested in women my age, one email lamented. In 2019, while interviewing for the job at Goldman, Ms. Rumler told Mr. Epstein that she was wearing gifts from him. I'm totally tricked out by Uncle Jeffrey today, she wrote. Goldman Sachs and Ms. Rumler have said that Mr. Epstein was never her client, but in 2018, she helped him edit a legal document that defended his 2008 agreement to plead guilty to soliciting prostitution from a minor. Ms. Rumler exited a week after another elite Wall Street lawyer, Brad Karp, was ousted as chairman of Paul Weiss and amid revelations that his relationship with Mr. Epstein was more extensive than previously known. Others in the worlds of art and politics have also lost their jobs. But for the weeks leading up to her resignation, the top brass at Goldman stood behind Ms. Rumler. At a widely attended partner retreat in Miami South Beach last week, the firm's leadership kept Ms. Rumler front and center, showing no sign that her job was in jeopardy. Two people familiar with the event had said, and the firm engaged in an aggressive effort to defend her, working with a prominent defamation lawyer, Tom Clare, who has been in contact with news organizations in recent weeks, pushing back on reports describing Ms. Rumler's relationship with Mr. Epstein. The firm's defense centered on the fact that her interactions with Mr. Epstein occurred while she was working at Latham and predating her hiring at Goldman. Many Goldman executives, the people said, were baffled that the bank continued to back Ms. Rumler. Goldman's support lasted until the moment Thursday afternoon when Ms. Rumler offered her resignation directly to Mr. Solomon, two people with knowledge of the matter said. One person who spoke to Ms. Rumler on Thursday said she was worn out by the relentless news coverage of her personal correspondence with Mr. Epstein. You think? You fucking think? Are you kidding me? You're advising the world's most notorious sexual predator and trafficker? You're advising him how to victim blame minors? Are you fucking kidding me? And you wonder why Goldman all jumped in to try to defend her? Oh yeah, I mean, well, we already know about the financial connections between Lehman, Goldman Sachs, and Epstein. This is why I say the entire fucking thing is about to collapse. The entire fucking thing, because it touches everyone. Everybody. Don't forget what Scott Bessent's background is. Don't forget what Howard Nutlick's background is. It touches everyone. All across the board. Everybody. It's one, again, I say it every single day, but it has to be said. A system built by people who look like me to benefit people who look like me, to protect people who look like me. Plain and fucking simple. It is global. It is global. It touches every industry. It touches every walk of life. It touches politicians and entertainers and bankers and financiers and oligarchs and heads of state, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No, I'm not going to shush, because these motherfuckers are going to get away with it. They're going to get away with it. I wouldn't mind Jason Voorhees showing up at their door. Knock, knock. By late afternoon, one person who spoke with Ms. Rumler on Thursday said she was worn out by the relentless news coverage. Worn out? Fuck you, you're worn out? Are you fucking kidding me? You protected this fucking guy. You praised him. You called him Uncle Jeffrey. You accepted gifts from him. You advised him how to victim blame. Put the victims into a perjury trap, and you are overwhelmed by the relentless news coverage? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. He announced her resignation in an all-staff meeting on Thursday evening, calling her, quote, an extraordinary general counsel. Why would you have to say anything? Why? But no, you need to throw some context in there? Extraordinary general counsel? Whatever. It was Thomas Massey and others who said, if all this information that goes public, because again, don't forget, let's not lose sight. Let's not lose sight on something that's extremely important here. It is not just, let me back up a second. The worst information, the worst crimes committed here are the ones that involve innocents. Children, teenage girls, prepubescent girls and boys, and even toddlers and infants in some cases. Okay? That is without question the worst of the worst. Beyond that, we get into blackmail, we get into financial crimes, and who knows what decisions have been made over the past 2 decades or more. Who knows what decisions have been made globally so that certain information won't become public. That's how big this is. We can't just talk about this as a United States political scandal because it involves a current president, a former president, cabinet members, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It involves everyone. And this is a thing that's going to be hard for all of us to kind of navigate through. How do I want to say this? We can't say, I'm thinking about how I want to say this. Just because someone's name is on an email to Jeffrey Epstein does not imply guilt of the crimes that we're talking about. I think you all know that. The issue that I have with those people, right? The issue that I have with those people who may not have no allegations of crimes against, they're not being accused of crimes. But so many of those communications happened after he was already found guilty of soliciting prostitution from a minor. That's the bigger issue here. So people decided that it was Howard Nuttlick, perfect example, right? He perjured himself numerous times. So they decided that it was okay at that point to have a relationship with a person who solicited prostitution from a minor? Would you? Would you let your child, or would you go hang out with a convicted predator? Would you? I wouldn't. I wouldn't go to his island on a boat and have lunch with him and bring my kids and my nanny and my wife when you said years ago that that's it. I'll never be in a room with that guy again. And don't forget, Jeffrey Epstein referred to Donald Trump as the most not a decent bone in his body. Speaking of Howard Nuttlick, don't forget, Anthony Scaramucci is, again, I don't like his politics, but I'll give him credit because he's an insider. He has a lot of information on a lot of people and just the way in which he talks about it. So he's talking about Howard Nuttlick. Don't forget, we have that famous testimony just a few days ago when he was called out. Your name's all over these emails, my guy. They're everywhere. You're in here like 1,000 times. So was he lying to Congress? Was he lying in the emails? Was he lying to that interview in the New York Post? So this is Scaramucci talking about, specifically talking about Howard Nuttlick.
I'm going to tell you why. Because Lutnick is such a loose cannon.
Hold on. So the question is that Trump can't fire Lutnick. All right. Not only that, I know this is my own theory, okay? Think about the people that are in the cabinet, right? There are people that are named. Kevin Warsh, the new potential chairman of the Fed, right? He's in the files. Nutlick's in the files. Steve Bannon's in the files. Pam Bondi, now with her connections, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. RFK, okay? It's so big. Those are the people that are in his cabinet. Why? Ask yourself why they would be in there. Talk about the loyalty test. Think about the behind the scenes conversations that they must have. Dr. Oz, yes, I've got some reporting on that. He's in the file as well, right? He's in the files too, okay? So blackmail, extortion, whatever that might be. Think about those cabinet meetings, right? Think about the absolute glaze fest. Think about Pam Bondi's testimony the other day that said that Donald Trump is the greatest president in history, the most transparent president in history. I mean, it's the ultimate loyalty test. I know shit about you. You better be fucking loyal. Well, it also goes in reverse based on what Scaramucci talks about here.
Why? Because Lutnick is such a loose cannon and a weirdo. He's got the dirt on Trump. He could pull the metaphorical suicide vest on the way out and take Trump out with him. There's a reason why Bannon got the pardon. You know why Bannon got the pardon? Because Bannon had the goods on Trump and the nefarious activity that was going on during the campaign. And so Trump went to Bannon. You're not going to squeal on me, right? Well, I'm not going to squeal on you if you pardon me. They pardoned him. Caddy, this is my opinion. Wink, wink, Caddy. It's my opinion, okay, because I have to say that shit, but this is my opinion.
That tracks. That's my opinion too. They can just lie. So they can just lie. Cool, for real. Hey, for real, question for you for real. Why is the Trump administration breaking the law? Why is it day 56 of violating the federal law? You can celebrate 25 cents in gas. You can celebrate the fact that the administration just lied to you. You want to tell me about the 1 million job corrections? You want to tell me how it's the worst revision in a decade? You don't care about that though, do you? You don't want to talk about Epstein. I wouldn't either if I were you. I wouldn't either. Anyway, this network is so fucking big. I don't think we will ever, sadly, I don't think we're ever going to learn how big it is. How big it is. And how many people are going to get away with it. Sadly. And 20 cents in gas. And you get to own the libs. How far we have fallen. A couple of other stories that I think are showing up on this. And again, remember, it's Free Speech Friday, friends. Love to hear from you. Everybody keep tapping. Don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. What this is we are marching towards a goal of $25K to support the Do Something Tour so I can go out on the road. What that means is transportation, gas, food. I'm going to need to spend a night or two at a hotel here and there, travel around the country, insurance, editing equipment, all kinds of stuff. We believe it's a bit of a conservative number, but that's our target right now. Our first target is $3,000 so we can reserve the RV. There's 1,700 people in here. Excuse me. If everybody gave $1 today through our dollar train, or even $2, that could take a big chunk out of our goal. Because I'm a little bit nervous about that because I can't fund it myself. I'd like to, but if you want to support the channel and you want to support our mission, the Do Something Tour, you can find it on Instagram, or you can also go to our Discord, find the announcements section, and you'll see Do Something Tour in there. Support the channel. Again, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at the Facts Still Matter. Thank you. All right. Good morning, General. How are you today?
I am good. I just wanted to let you know, I don't think you're giving Bondi enough credit. I don't think she knows what the word transparency means. I think that word is a little bit too long for her.
Yes, agreed.
I mean, I watched some of that hearing, and like, I don't know if I've ever heard a dumber attorney general ever in the history of the United States.
I would agree.
She acted
I would
like
agree
a 2-year-old, like a toddler.
With her burn book. I would completely agree with you. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do and giving the facts, and you do a good job.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it's incompetence, right? She's don't forget. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett summed it up. Becca Ballant summed it up. I totally agree. By the way, after that hearing, I contacted Becca Ballant's office immediately and said, hey, I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for representing our state so proudly and so aggressively. And I'm working on a chance to get an interview with her. So stay tuned on that. Anyway, there's the weird part about what we see now with the way this information comes at us is because, again, I say this a million times, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not one of those people. I don't feel like I chase something, but because all of this can't be a coincidence, right? For example, there is the Zorro Trust, okay, which is his ranch in New Mexico, 7,000 square foot ranch, where some of the reporting came from the e-files, and some of the survivor testimonies talked about that. And don't forget, we started to connect the dots on the scientific community and experimentation and all kinds of stuff, and we wanted to turn the Zorro Ranch into like this, I don't know, utopia of the next generation of humans. I don't know, right? But they won an $80 million lottery. The Zorro Trust in New Mexico won an $80 million lottery. So if they can rig elections, they can rig lotteries, of course, they can rig everything. That's one story. So I don't know like how far it goes, but this is the story. It's just wild. Again, an email found in newly released documents claimed the JE won an $80 million lottery in 2008. Public records show that Zorro Trust, the legal entity connected to Jeffrey's 10,000-acre Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, collected a $29.3 million after-tax lump sum payment of the $80 million from the July 2nd, 2008 Powerball drawing. However, it is not officially confirmed if Jeffrey bought or won the lottery personally. Documents list Bryce Gordon, Epstein's longtime ranch manager, as the trustee who signed for the payout. This happened 2 days after Epstein entered a Florida jail to begin a 13-month sentence under his 2008 plea deal. Now, again, like, how can you just coincidence is the ultimate understatement. I'm not saying that they rigged anything. I am not here to make that accusation. But the more and more we see these kinds of things, I've got a story for you guys about sulfuric acid that I'm going to share with you in a little bit. Okay? And again, the coincidences are just mind-boggling to me. A 2009 email found in the newly released files later flagged the lottery win, claiming that the ranch was positioned near trafficking routes, which we know to be true. However, the ranch is less than 200 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border, and no lottery fraud or criminal finance activity has ever been proven in relationship to the jackpot. Was it investigated? Yes, sulfuric acid. You heard that correctly. Oklahoma lottery officials say the winning claim followed normal procedures and that trusts often collect jackpots for privacy reasons. Separately, emails reviewed during the Mueller-era FBI records management showed that investigators were aware of online claims that Epstein had, quote, claimed an $85 million Powerball through Zorro Ranch, although these claims were not verified. Conspiracy theories often point to lottery jackpots as perfect vehicles for money laundering, but no official report links Epstein, or the Zorro Trust to such activity. Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene on X wrote, $80 million went to the Zorro Trust for Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Nope, not random at all. That's my question, right? I am not accusing anybody of rigging the lottery. That is not the accusation that I am making. But man, oh man, are all these coincidences? Like, are all of them? Is it just a coincidence that certain people ended up in emails around the same time? Is it just a coincidence? So I've got another one for you, okay? This is new documents that became available. And again, if this is just a coincidence, please let me know. Let me bring up Jen first. I see a request. Again, it's Free Speech Friday, friends. Please, and thank you for being here. We appreciate you all very, very much. Good morning, badass. How's it going? What's my new nickname for you? What's my new nickname for you?
Rosa Parks.
Correct. If you know, you know. We'll talk about that later. How are you?
Hey, I have a question for you, and you might have covered this before, but I have this theory, and tell me what you think of it, about why Pam Bondi is being so protective of these, besides the obvious with Trump and stuff. I'm wondering if she is culpable for not prosecuting while she was the Florida Attorney General, and they've released, like, the evidence that's in the file shows that he was committing crimes, she knew about it, and nobody did anything about it. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to talk about Keith Frankel in just a few minutes. Absolutely. That's why she's the AG, in my opinion. They can use her qualifications as the former Florida Attorney General, but that's why she's in the position that she's in. She's absolutely loyal. And then why is she so loyal is the question. Why is she so loyal? Why did she sit there in that hearing on Wednesday and just flat out fucking lie? That's the question.
But I'm wondering, though,
she's so loyal.
But I'm wondering, though, if there's something in there that shows that she knew about crimes while she was, after the 2008, when he was done with the sentence, that she could have prosecuted on, and she didn't because of loyalty, that would hold her culpable. Do you think that there's something like she's trying, like, I agree with everything you're saying, but she's trying to protect her own ass as well?
Sure. Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Ignoring evidence.
Yeah.
Who paid? Don't forget. It was I think it was just a few days that there was a case against the Trump administration for, I think it was the Trump University.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Trump University in Florida. There was a case against the Trump University. She was the AG in Florida. She got a big donation to her campaign for re-election, and then the charges got dropped. So again, when you pull on the fucking thread, Jen, this is what happens.
Right? And then her connection to Qatar. And then wonder if Cutter's in the files and.
Correct.
Crazy. All right.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Keep being a badass. Talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later.
All
Bye.
Right. Okay. Bye. Okay. So here's this interesting. I'm going to try to piece this together because, again, some of the emails that come out you kind of have to sort of connect the dots. And I want to thank Tiff, Newshound. When you have one of your mods and their handle is Newshound, I consider myself very lucky for digging in on this. So there's an email thread with a lot of redactions. So it's difficult to determine who it's from and who it's to. But the content of the subject of the email is Epstein cellmate interview. And it's dated July 24th, 2025. And I want you to remember that date in a moment, because I will connect that dot for you in just a second as well. Because again, if you're willing to do the work, you can see where these connections, and then we ask ourselves these questions: was that just a coincidence as well? I don't know. This again from ASAC. I'm going to assume this is from the. Let me back up a second. Is this? Okay, I want to get the time sequence right. This one's dated, this is timestamped at 7:18. This one is timestamped at 7:49. And this one is timestamped at 5, all on the same day. Okay, so again, July 24th, 7:18 a.m. Subject, Epstein cellmate interview. The names of the people are blocked out, which again, that's a question because that's not supposed to happen. Anybody involved, including people, law enforcement, anybody involved, their names are supposed to be made public. It says, good morning. I did not find an interview of Nicholas Tartaglione, I'm assuming he would be the cellmate, Epstein's cellmate during his first self-unaliving attempt, documented in Sentinel. Please reach out to case agent Amanda Gildea for additional information or context. Follow-up email says thank you. Can you write? This is half an hour later, so this is 7:49 a.m. Thank you. Can you write me a sentence or two for the below? Are the salacious statements made against the individuals in the file? Feel free to add if I miss someone. So what they're asking for is please provide what you know about these individuals that names have shown up. The list includes Bill Barr for being present when a girl was raped, Jean-Luc Brunel, Alexander Guest, Howard Lutnick for Ponzi schemes and money laundering, Bill Clinton, orgy girl, did not attend with Tony Blair, Alan Dershowitz, message on Epstein plane, might be a minor, Les Wexner, Leon Black, Jess Staley, Glenn Dubin, Prince Andrew, Weinstein, and Donald Trump. So all those people are put together on the same list, okay? All on the same list, to which the follow-up is and they're responding to it. Please see below for summaries. Again, this is from someone whose name's blocked out, their email address is blocked out. They're listed as New York FBI. 2 names blocked out, New York FBI. There's a whole bunch of CCs, and they're all New York FBI, okay? Please see below for summaries. Trump, person, I'm assuming this would be a survivor, okay? So I'm assuming this would be a survivor because the name is redacted, although it's hard to tell. Stated that Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently, trigger warnings, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed penis, which then was subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. Remember, Epstein introduced her to Trump saying, "This is a good one, huh?" And Trump responded by saying yes. And there are numerous other examples like that. So people have been talking about the smoking gun. And again, these are allegations. I get that. I am not saying this is criminal. I'm saying that we are now connecting the dots with a lot of other people, like Les Wexner, for example. His name is also on this list. Bill Barr stated, again, name redacted, person whose name redacted, stated, was at Epstein's for a model event. Remember, we talk about these calendar girl model events that started at Mar-a-Lago, right? Was at Epstein's for a model event, ran into Barr, who stated he wanted to see her next time he came. At another point, Epstein asked if she had ever met Barr. This person claimed that she was a victim of Epstein and that Barr was present during some of this abuse. Howard Lutnick. Simon Andreas reported that Lutnick made his money through Ponzi schemes and money laundering. Lutnick and Epstein were neighbors, and Epstein sold Lutnick a home for $10, which was then sold for tens of millions of dollars. So Jean-Luc Brunel stated that Brunel and Epstein were close and traveled together, stated that she saw Brunel on Epstein's island. Again, Lutnick, Alan Dershowitz stated that she gave him a massage on Epstein's plane, could have been a minor. Les Wexner, Steve Scully stated that Wexner was #1 on Epstein's speed dial list. Jess Staley stated that Epstein told her to give Staley a massage at Epstein's mansion. Staley forced her hands to his crotch and had rough sex with her. Again, a minor. Prince Andrew, Weinstein, I mean, this is how big this is, right? Remember that date that I told you to remember, July 24th? Do you know why that date has significance? Because again, this is the date of these interviews. These are the dates of the people in regards to the communications between members of the FBI and people investigating the crimes. The date was July 24th, 2005. Do you know what else happened on that particular date? That was the date that Todd Blanche interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell. Same date, spread over 2 days, July 24th and July 25th. Is that, again, another coincidence? Is it a coincidence that he won the lottery? Is it a coincidence that those dates mirror each other? Is that a coincidence too? Is it just a coincidence? Are all of these things just coincidences? In addition, there's a handwritten note detailing these things that also showed up in the files. It's got all kinds of information on it. 14-year-old, first-time flight with them to New York. Other people around, other girls. Girls seemed older than me, giggling, but not much. These are notes by survivors. Let's see. Michigan school camp, 13 years old. Moved a person of interest, 7 to 8 years old. Found at elementary and middle school. Girl sitting at picnic table with friends. JE came up to meet her. Do you like teachers, classes, etc.? I give scholarships. My father had passed away from leukemia. Where are you from? How old are you? Every single one of these fucking monsters. Every fucking one of these fucking monsters. Was Obama connected? Obama's a person on his legal team just recently resigned. So again, go ahead and investigate. Bring Barack Obama in for testimony. I don't give a fuck. If anybody protected any of these fucking people, then lock them all up. If the entire fucking system crumbles, then let it fucking fall. That's what this is about. I've always said this. You guys know me well enough to know I'm going to try to find a silver lining in anything, okay? And to me, the silver lining is all these motherfuckers get exposed. And if it brings the entire system down, then bring the fucking system down. I don't care. Investigate them all. And that is the worst part about what Pam Bondi did during her testimony. She lied. She flat out fucking lied. Why are there no investigations? Why have charges not been brought against any of these people? The reason that they can't charge, you guys know the answer to this because you're the smartest chat on TikTok. The reason they can't investigate any of them is because they'd have to investigate the president too. Because his name is in here more than anybody else. And now we've got another battleship in the Mediterranean. Carrier group in the Mediterranean. They are willing to do anything and everything to let this information to bury the story. Not gonna, Clinton, absolutely. All of them. Here's the weird part, though, now. Again, coincidence? Maybe. Who knows? Ghislaine Maxwell takes the fifth when she appears before the Oversight or the Judiciary Committee the other day, which was expected. Okay? She says, through her attorney, right? Through her attorney, conveniently, that if she's given clemency, okay, meaning she gets out of jail, if she's given clemency, she will clear President Trump's name and former President Clinton's name. Now, if you think about that, that is a tactical move. Tactical. Because she knows that if she were just to say President Trump's name, then people would still be saying, well, that's weird because his name is in here more than anybody else's. Explain this. In fact, the allegations against him in the email are far worse than the allegations against Clinton. So she says, okay, I'll just make this easier. I'll just say they're both innocent. That's been the narrative from the right to say, well, Clinton's the guy who did it because of these pictures. So what are they to do now? How are they going to spin this? How are they going to say, well, wait a second. So she says that Clinton didn't do anything either? This is what happens when you lie. So Bill Clinton and Hillary are coming. I don't know why Hillary's being dragged in. Whatever. She's like, bring it. And you know what's going to happen? I think Jim Comer's going to fold because he wants that testimony to be behind closed doors. Why do you think that is? Why do you think he wants that testimony to be behind closed doors? It's brutally obvious to me why. Anybody want to venture a guess? Venture a guess as to why? You know, you're the smartest chat on TikTok. So they can manipulate the fucking story. So they can manipulate it. So they can cherry pick what they want to go public. Just like they did with Jack Smith's testimony when the first couple of little sound bites released. Then we got to see the entire thing, didn't we? And then when he came back and testified publicly, it destroyed their entire fucking story. Entire fucking story. Why has the Trump administration been violating the law? I am so done with people saying, well, they didn't have enough time. They've had 86 days. They intentionally dragged their feet. They violated the law on day 31 because they had 30 days to release the file. They told Congress that they needed more time to protect the survivors, and they didn't. And they fucking failed. They failed miserably. They are, for anybody to be objective, I know you guys don't need me to tell you this, but this is the biggest fucking cover-up that we may ever see in our lifetimes. I don't think you can find anything else that comes even close. Back to this email list, or to this handwritten note. 1114 brothers, poor, didn't have a lot of money. J.E. said that he could help them. Mom called him our godfather, perfect for grooming. Ghislaine Maxwell was also there, didn't know what the relationship was, kind of became big sis. I'll pick you up and go to the movies, no more than 11 years old. 14-year-old, first time flight with them to New York, took me to see Lion King. Other people around, other girls seemed older than me, giggling all around. 2001, approximately stopped contact. By that time, I turned 21. A boyfriend at the time who questioned who he was, J.E. called and screamed at me saying how ungrateful I was. Attorney Darren called saying, you owe J.E. $10,000. Trips to New York, met Donald Trump. That's where the testimony about biting the penis. That's where the testimony is. She's a good one, right? To which Trump responded, yes. I mean, because in the conservative ecosphere right now, what they are attempting to hold on to is to say some of the same people that are alleged to commit these crimes under the same conditions, under the same pretenses, either committed either allegations of these crimes or knowledge of these crimes. The right is stuck, and the Republicans in Trump's circle know it as well, because if any of them are guilty in their mind, then so is Trump. Okay? That's how it works, because you can't ignore Bill Barr. You can't indict Bill Barr. You can't indict Alan Dershowitz, Jess Staley, Leon Black, Les Wexner, Clinton. You can't charge any of them because you'd have to charge Trump too, which is partly why none of these fucking cowards, none of these fucking predators, none of these despicable trash human beings have been charged, because you can't do it unless you charge Trump, and they know it. Which is why Pam Bondi is doing what she's doing. The absolute fucking cover-up. Stuck. Nothing that they can do. Everybody keep tapping, please. The Savage, how are you this morning?
I'm well. How are you, Steve?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind for Free Speech Friday?
On my mind is why they don't figure out who signed the waiver to put Ghislaine Maxwell in the Camp Fed.
Yeah, they keep pushing it. They keep denying it. They say it was the Bureau of Prisons. The Bureau of Prisons said, no, we were told to do it by the Justice Department. So there you go.
That's what keeps me awake at night. Thank you, Steve. Have a good day.
You're welcome. You too. Thanks a lot. Thanks for being here. It's a great point. And again, is it just a coincidence that this cellmate interview comes and names names on the same day that Todd Blanche goes and talks to Ghislaine Maxwell and then gives her this sweetheart fucking deal? Is that just a coincidence too? Is it just a coincidence that the Zorro Ranch, where these experiments apparently were happening, that was used as a trafficking hub, won the lottery? Is it just a coincidence that Howard Nutlick bought a property from Jeffrey Epstein for $10 and then sold it for millions? Is that just a coincidence too? No, it's not. There's one other section here. J.E., again, there's a handwritten note that goes with this document I was talking to you guys about. J.E. loves special massages. Other women would provide. Women would remove top. I'd have to rub his feet, and he'd have me witness the sexual contact. And again, these are handwritten notes. These are handwritten notes by survivors. J.E. made me stand in my underwear, took pics to show me I looked fat, he said. always was given between $200 and $300 per encounter, was encouraged to recruit other girls. And now I've heard the people on the right say, well, those girls who recruited other girls, they're guilty too. And I'm like, no, the fuck they aren't. No, the fuck they aren't. No, the fuck they aren't. This is how big this is. This is what I mean by how big this is. Why can't I see that they're all corrupt and they've used the outs? I know that they're Tucker. I appreciate that, saying I'm a smart guy. What do you think I'm saying here, bro? Why can't I see that they're all corrupt? What do you think we talk about here every day, man? Where have you been? Isn't that exactly what we're talking about right now? Did you miss the plot, my guy? Did you miss the plot? I think you might have. Okay. You can talk about Biden, sure. Is Joe Biden's name in the files? I haven't seen it. Is anybody? Is Barack Obama's name in there? I haven't seen it. Now, if people are in Obama's orbit and he's got information, he should put his hand up and say, okay, let's testify. Like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. So then I mentioned to you earlier, let's play a little bit more sound. So again, I don't like to give Nancy Mace any sort of credibility or any credit whatsoever. She was one of the signers of the Epstein Transparency Act. So I will give her credit for that. One of the few people that stood up initially before the entire House and Senate, with the exception of Clay Higgins, signed on board. She had some choice things to say about Pam Bondi. Here you go. Hang on one second. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please.
The Dow and how high the stock market was doing.
Yeah, hang on one second. That was an amazing part when she was she was asked a question about survivors, and she went to the stock market and said the stock market was at $50,000. And she's calling her out for that bullshit.
And she discussed the Dow and how high the stock market was doing. It's shameful. And the other thing I saw on photos, I'm not on judiciary, so I wasn't in the hearing, but in the Judiciary Committee, she had her folder open, and you saw an image of a search history of a member of Congress in the software, in the database. Why is the DOJ, why is the Attorney General carrying around a folder of the search histories of members of Congress who only simply want the truth? She should answer for that. And I think she should come before the Oversight Committee, because I have a lot of tough questions for her.
Really, Nancy? Okay. I don't trust you, you fucking snake, but at least you're calling it out. Here's another moment with Nancy, because again, she's calling the shit out. I mean, and she should, because no one can run from this. And members of Congress, especially Republican members of Congress, are finally starting to see it. The question is, will they do anything about it? 23. That's a number I want you to keep in mind, okay? 23. That number would be a combination of Republicans in the House required to pass articles of impeachment, combined with a number of senators in the Senate that would remove Donald Trump from office. 23 Americans have the power to end Donald Trump's presidency. 23. That's it. I want people to think about that. I want people to think about who it is that represents them in the Senate. I want people to understand that there is absolutely no reason why that fucking traitorous piece of shit that sits behind the Resolute desk should be anywhere near the presidency. 23. Article 2, Section 4, absolutely. You could eliminate the entire cabinet. Because now there's reporting that Samuel Alito, a Supreme Court justice, has a book that's about to come out on October 6th. That's the date that the second or the new Supreme Court term starts. Now, when you launch a book, you go on a book tour in support of it. So what does that tell you? That tells you that Sam Alito is going to resign over the course of this summer, and Donald Trump is going to put another Supreme Court justice on the court. Question then is, what will senators do? Will they confirm that? Will they confirm that? Will they? Will they? And the timing is interesting because if you do it before the midterms, then you might have enough votes. If you do it after the midterms, you won't. And I told you guys before that I knew this was going to happen, right? So again, I want Democrats, when you take control of the Senate and the House, you introduce legislation that you can use to take a page right out of the conservative playbook. When the next Democrat becomes the president, I want legislation passed to change how many Supreme Court justices that we have. And I want 13 Supreme Court justices, and I want to find the most radical, leftist, lunatic judges imaginable, and I want to put them on the court. And I want them to wear their rainbow robes to the Supreme Court every single day. I want to see their deviated septums. I want to see their eyebrow rings, and I want to see them pass legislation and laws to protect people. I want to codify Roe into law. I want protections for marginalized communities. I want to blow up the whole fucking system. If you are not fucking motivated to vote, I don't know what the fuck else I can do. Then I give up. These are the things that piss me off the most about entitled fucking leftists, because we fucking told you this was going to happen. We fucking told you, and you didn't show up, and then you didn't vote, and then you fucking bailed. Ideologically, we agree on 99% of things. But you got up in your fucking feelings because you didn't like Kamala Harris's stance on Israel. Fuck you and the fucking entitled clown car that you drove in on. Yes, looking at you, Hassan. You're absolutely fucking right. Absolutely fucking right. This is what happens. Do you understand? In your entitled little blanket? Do you understand now what we're looking at is someone arguably worse than Samuel Alito on the bench for 30 or 40 years? Aileen Cannon, Emil Bove, people like that, becoming a Supreme Court justice who will do the bidding of the Heritage Foundation? Do you understand, you pathetic fucking leftists who couldn't get out of your own goddamn way and understand, look past your entitled bullshit? And so many of you refuse to fucking vote. Trump gets elected and you packed your bags and you left the country. Pathetic fucking cowards. You're no better than a Trump supporter. Absolutely pathetic. Pathetic. And now we're going to get a much more extreme justice. Alito's bad enough. But he's close to the whole, we still have this thing called the Constitution. What a selfish decision that was. What a selfish decision. Okay, Nancy Mace again.
It's related to the victim out of Hilton Head Island. Obviously, I'm not going to disclose any of her information about her, but deeply painful to read her testimony and what happened to her at the very young age of 13. And what I realized in reviewing these documents is that this touched thousands of lives. And it wasn't just in Palm Beach or in New York or on Little St. James. I mean, I saw evidence, and this is giving me chills right now, goosebumps, of people all around the world trying to sell Jeffrey Epstein women. And I saw a series, and so there shouldn't be a surprise, I suppose. We're talking about a billionaire with a lot of billionaire friends, so we shouldn't be surprised that it reached into South Carolina. It probably reached into every state in the United States, whether it was business or fraud or sex trafficking, prostitution, you name it. This had to touch people in every state in the country. In several countries around the world, we're talking about a global sex trafficking ring.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Nancy. And you're finally seeing it now, aren't you? You're the same dark-souled fucking C-word that goes after the trans community by dropping the T slur every chance you get. So don't think you're going to get any fucking compassion from me because you're doing what a human would do and stand there and call this bullshit out. Thank you, Savage, for your donation. Christine, thank you so very, very much. Leah, thank you very much. Tamisha, thank you so much. Jolie, thank you for your kind contribution. Also to Kate and to Lauren and to Annie. Brooke, thank you, sweetheart. Sandy, Barb, Christopher, Angie, and Angie again. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that. We'll track this and we'll update it before we do our show. That's on Venmo over on the CA. Thank you to Maureen. Thank you very, very much. That's very kind of you. Grant, thank you so much. Kara, thank you so much. And again, Maureen, thank you. And then over on the double P. Oftentimes, depending on the transaction volume, so if you have Venmo or Cash App, sometimes if there's too many transactions, it will bog things down, which is a drag. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, April. I appreciate you very, very much. You guys are incredibly kind. Rebecca, Katrina, Reagan, you guys are awesome. I'll update this. We're working on a series of thank you letters so we can make sure that we have, so not only that we're tracking all of our money spent, but so that we can recognize everybody who's done it and supported us. Good morning, friend.
Good morning, beautiful people. How are y'all today?
Okay.
Good. I wanted to say.
Can you turn down the background noise for me if you don't mind?
I just wanted to mention the whole Nancy Mace situation. And what I think is going to end up happening is as Trump becomes more and more unpopular, those Republicans are going to start becoming more, how can I say, human, because they know that the machine it no longer has power. I just think Nancy Mace is someone who does not plan on leaving Congress and, who wants to continue her career. She sees that. And I think that's the position I think she's just, how can I say, getting ahead of it before everyone else falls into it.
She has no choice because I think she's running for governor of South Carolina.
Yeah.
So she's really got no choice. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't believe that she's got a decent bone in her body, to be honest.
Agreed.
But so the political game it was a performative bullshit display by Pam Bondi and the Protecting Predators. Because what else are you going to say on the campaign trail? Like, what else are you going to say? Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I feel, even though I know, like you say, she has to run again. I think a lot of MAGA Republicans or Republicans that are in her position are going to eventually completely detach themselves from the MAGA, that MAGA thing. I think because his poll numbers are falling significantly, and and if they want to continue after 2029, they know what like you say, they got to do what they have to do. So this is something I'm very interested in to see what type of angles they're going to be going about explaining everything that's coming to the table currently.
Totally agree. I mean, like you said, whatever it takes to get some of these people to wake the hell up, I support it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because they all know, but they can only hold on for so much. But that's all I wanted to say. Y'all have a great weekend, and I'll see you tonight.
You too.
Facts. Bye-bye.
All right. Oh, you got it. All right. Talk to you later. What she's referring to is Facts After Dark tonight at 7 o'clock. We'll take a little break from the chaos, and we'll just ask the question, what is your love language? We'll play some love songs. It'll give us a chance to kind of decompress a little bit. Good morning, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How's it going?
Good. Can I give you the keys to the car for a second so I can take a quick break?
Oh, I was actually going to ask you. I was just coming in for 5 seconds for you, actually.
Okay. Okay. Go for it.
So first off, first question: what kind of flowers do you like?
What kind of flowers do I like?
Yeah.
I like daisies.
You like daisies? Okay.
Daisies.
Well, I hope you like these. My dad heard me on on TikTok talking to you, and a little choked up because this was Monday. Remember I told you that you remind me a lot when I used to drive with my dad home and from high school, and he said that remember when I told you that I used to drive home with my dad a lot from like different stuff like football practice and from school.
Yeah.
And we listen to NPR, and you remind me a lot of that. Well, he heard me on your station, and he said that not only is he really proud of me, but he says he loves listening to me and you, and he loves that he found another station. He lives in California. He's not losing NPR, he's not losing NPR, luckily, but he loves that, I'm involved, and he loves listening to you. So I just wanted to give you those flowers. That's all I really wanted to tell you. My dad's 70 years old, and we talk about politics all the time on Saturday and Sunday. And so he told me on Sunday, and I've been wanting to tell you, but the whole Epstein stuff, I didn't want to get in the way of that. So I was like, I'll hold it till Friday. But I just wanted to tell you that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that, bro. And your dad should be proud of you.
Thanks. All right. I didn't want to cry today, so I'm going to get off. I love you, Steve. I love you, Chad. You guys are the smartest in the world.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Be safe out there. Just got to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
TikTok. It is our intention during these live broadcasts to only provide fact-based information to the absolute best of our ability. We strive to never spread misinformation or to platform those that do. Opinions of our guests or commenters are theirs and theirs alone and do not reflect those of the host. Hate speech is not allowed, and we are diligent about policing it. This platform is for educational purposes only. We now return you to our regularly scheduled pandemonium, already in progress.
I'm good. Dance break. Yes. Thank you, Manny. I love you, bro. Welcome to Free Speech Friday. Hi, Benny. How are you today?
Hey, Steve. How's it going?
It's going. How are you?
I've had a lot going on this week. I'm going to be honest with you. I've already shared it to some, but because I love this community, and Steve, I love you, my friend. My egg cracked and I came out of the closet. I'm trans. And,
love you, Benny.
I love you too, buddy. It's been a really, it's been a week. And I want to share that with all of you because you're all amazing. And I appreciate every single one of you. And I'm so sorry for all the terrible fucking crap that happens in your country. I tell you all the time that up here in Canada, like, it's really hard to watch what's happening. And, we in Canada, we had a bit of we had a tragedy happen. There was the school pew-pewing in Tumbler Ridge, and let me tell you, the amount of love and support from people who are like, we see you, Canada, we're so sorry, and then that's community right there, At the end of the day, we're there for each other. But I wanted to just take that time today to celebrate some really beautiful stuff. And I was crying from what Manny was saying. Like, oh my God, holy shit. I was not expecting to cry this much today.
Me neither. But we can celebrate humanity. And that's kind of the whole point. We stop celebrating that. First of all, I am, I don't even know the right words. Benny, I'm humbled. I'm honored that you would choose to share that with us. So you know how much we love you. We know when you put your we know when you put your elbows up what that means, and we all take that to heart. So it's an absolute honor to be part of this journey with you. I'm so fucking proud of you, and I'm so honored to call you a friend.
Thank you. You know, you not just because you're a dad, but you give off that paternal presence, and you know, you're the same age as my dad, who's actually celebrating his birthday today. So happy birthday, Dad.
Well, thanks for making me feel older than I actually am, Benny. I thought we were friends.
Damn it. No, but it's true, you know, and you give off that kind of energy, and I think that's part of why people feel so safe around you, you know, and you set that example, you know, and you do remind me a lot of my dad. My dad's like my biggest supporter. I told him, and he just the definition of unconditional love, he and my mom were just like, all right, well, sweetheart, no matter who you are or how you present, we will always love you, no matter what, because that's unconditional love. And that's what I have for all of yous. No matter what's going on, who you are, how you present, I still love you. I'll always love you.
Back at you. Even though I'm a Bruins fan, still?
Well, I'll look past it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We don't have to agree on hockey or maple syrup opinions. Like, well, it's fine. I'll get over it.
Again, man, I'm absolutely honored. I am so unbelievably honored that you shared that with us.
Thank you. So it's I go by they them. So that's what we're riding with.
You got it.
I know there's probably going to be some slip ups, and that's okay.
I'll probably slip up myself.
Step-by-step process. Yeah, indeed. And that's okay. Indeed. That's all right. Well, listen, I'm going to get going. I don't want to keep you any longer. I love all of you. I hope everybody has a great day, has an amazing weekend, and I'm going to sign you off. Please. Keep your elbows up and keep your stick on the ice. Take care,
love
folks.
you, friend. Have a good weekend.
Love you too.
Holy moly. Am I getting some Bruins shade in my chat? Apparently. Anywho, I just brought back a flood of memories for me. A dear friend of mine that I grew up with came out to me in high school. And I just remember that moment, and that just brought back some amazing memories for me. Thank you, Benny. We love you. We really love you. Welcome to Free Speech Friday, friends. You never know what you're going to get. All right. Got a bunch of people in the box. Looks like there might be some issues with connecting today. Don't forget, friends, if you are on YouTube, or if you've not yet subscribed to our YouTube channel or to Twitch, please do so. You can drop a note over there, drop a comment over there. Please share that. Please share the live. We appreciate you. Got a bunch of folks in the request box. I'll try to get to as many as, again, it's Free Speech Friday. I have a few other things that I want to talk about, but we'll do that later. All right. Jeremy, how are you today? Good morning.
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Good. I just wanted to come up and give a quick shout out to your mods. they are awesome. Like, I know you show them love all the time, but I want them to know that we see them. What little I can see, what they're doing in the chat, what they're doing for people that need someone to talk to. I just wanted to give them some love this morning. That's all.
I could, you know what? That is the ultimate understatement. I am so glad they got that recognition, Jeremy. Thank you for saying that, because
I can't imagine what they're
how
doing
I feel
in the
about
background.
them. They're incredible. When they're not making me blush, they are my fucking heroes, without question.
Yep, that's all I really had. Just wanted to love on them. I love you too, Steve.
Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate you, friend. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Damn, this is the best. This is the best ever. I love it. Hey, mods, take your damn flowers. Everybody, that's an order. I don't get to play the boss card at all, but I'm playing it right now. So take your flowers, all of you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good job. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, and you?
Oh, okay. What's on your mind?
Well, we love Manny and we love Benny and Steve and the Facts community. And happy Valentine's Day. Happy Friday the 13th.
Indeed.
I do follow you in every live I can find you in. And I did witness the other day your visit with Sinjay and I think Norwegian. And I witnessed your perspective resetting in that conversation about our Constitution versus other countries and how we're all about ourselves in this country and they're all about society in other places. And I just want to say thank you for going to those other lives. I love all the perspective resetting I get in your live daily, but it is nice to just have perspective tweaked every once in a while. It has stayed with me, and I keep thinking about it and thinking of how we can have different conversations. You have all the conversations, but I'm still developing how I can have other conversations as well. And that live in particular was helpful to me. And I just thank you for being there and for being here. I love being able to count on you every morning. It's, I don't know what I would do without you. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, friend. I appreciate you very much. Have a good, safe Friday the 13th, and I hope you have a good Valentine's Day. Thanks for being here.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. What she was referencing, our friend Sinjay had a live, and I occasionally jump in, and I just like the European perspective, and it's good to hear different voices. And we were talking about the fundamental differences in our constitutions, and it never really occurred to me until that conversation. I probably thought about it, but I think it was probably the first time I was able to kind of conceptualize it and speak it, because just in how they describe their constitution is built around protections for the community, right? It's the language includes how you address hate speech and racism and all those kinds of things, and it's part of their culture, their constitution. And I'm like, that's not how our constitution works. Our constitution is about the individual's right. It doesn't transfer to there are elements that we kind of take, that we sort of take for granted, like the individual has the right to peacefully protest. Sure, the individual has the right to keep and bear arms, but it's not about the collective. It's about individual rights and freedoms, which in my opinion is part of why we are so selfish and entitled as a country, right? Because we think about that, and you hear people talk about it. I'm in it for myself. I'm in it for my wallet. Why should I spend my money on other people? Why should I worry about student loan debt? Why should I worry about food stamps? So it was a really refreshing and just an interesting perspective, and it's kind of like popped into my brain that, wow, the other countries, democratic socialist countries in particular, whose model I fucking love, that we'd all celebrate. Thank you, Jess. Appreciate you. Wendy 76643 for your kind contribution in your super chat over on the tubes. Thank you so much for that. which is why it was sort of like this revelation. Like, and yeah, no wonder we claim to be about the independence and liberty and all those kinds of things, but it's about us. You're right, not saying. Their Constitution is built for the collective. Ours is not. Yeah, it's meism. And maybe we can change that at some point. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know where, but hopefully it happens somehow, some way. Mr. Logic, how are you this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Thanks for bringing up, the whole thing about Trump and Vietnam earlier, because that's a real sore spot for me, as you can see from my profile picture.
Yeah.
Just to kind of give you a perspective on that, the MAGA response when we always say, well, Trump was never in the military, his family was, and then they'll say, well, what about Biden? What about Obama? I don't think that a president should have to have served in the military to be eligible for presidential, service. But however,
I would agree.
If you look at the track record, it's a lot. But the Trump family has no one. And just to kind of put a finer point on that, the reason Trump's grandfather migrated, not Trump, to the United States from Germany was specifically to evade being drafted into the German army, specifically. So it's a trend. It's not just a Trump thing. It's a family trend. The comments, the character, the reactions to the military, treating them like they're more of a tool than a body of very fine people. It's there. So when MAGA wonders, how can veterans vote for Trump or whatever? How can we not? Like, what are you doing? And so the man will never get my vote. Never. Unless we're sending him to the sun, and he gets all my votes.
Right. I mean, it's an interesting perspective. Like, and I hear your point, because it was always prior to probably the 20th century. Well, I wonder what the percentage is of presidents who actually served. I know it was a lot different, many years ago, but it's an interesting point. And I agree. I don't think it needs to be a requirement that to be the commander in chief, right? Because it's a political position. It's not a military position, right? I don't think it's a requirement for them to serve, but the degradation of service members from the president is the part that's got to drive most of you crazy. Not all, because we know many support him still. That's the part, right? Yeah. Whether he served or not, the way in which he speaks of and or treats veterans and even active duty service members is just despicable.
And it's in so many ways, Steve. It's not just in comments. It's not just that. It's putting people in harm's way down in Venezuela. It's putting our troops in harm's way in the Gulf. It's going after Mark Kelly. It's just a culmination of things. So when MAGA hears veterans like me speak out against it, they start to question your service. I mean, I get called stolen valor all the time. And just for the record, see my profile, I'm certified pre-owned valor. So, go with me with that comment if you want to. It doesn't faze me.
Good point.
So I'm still somebody who actively works with a VA. I had a VA appointment yesterday. I still work with veterans on job finding and resumes and stuff like that, separating, into civilian life. So I'm still a part of the community, as is almost every veteran. So you can question our loyalty, but the difference is that veterans are groomed to be loyal and taught to be loyal. We're not taught what fealty is. And I think that's the difference that MAGA doesn't realize. When you're in the military, you don't have fealty to a leader or to a country. You're loyal to it. And I think that's what they need to stop taking.
Yeah, your oath to the Constitution. What have been your thoughts recently with the situation with Mark Kelly and others who, did what they were trained to do, just remind active duty of their obligation to disobey illegal orders, right? Or unlawful orders. What are your thoughts on that whole thing?
So there's no wrongdoing there in my sense. Everything that they said is straight from the UCMJ. So it's the Uniform Code of Military Justice for those not listening. And the thing to remember about, this is important for everybody listening, and this is not something you usually know about the military. When you swear an oath to the Constitution, you no longer have those constitutional rights. You're subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So you kind of put your constitutional rights on hold when you're in the military. Certain rights, not all of them. And like your 2A right. You don't have a 2A right in the military. You have to go get permission to buy a weapon if you want to have a weapon while you live on base or off base. The little things like that. However, nothing that they said would be out of line or out of calibration with the language in the UCMJ or the intent. I'll preface my next statement with Mark Kelly was my only choice for VP. I would have loved to see him instead of Walz. I think it would have really maybe had a few people make an eyebrow raise and say, well, maybe Harris is thinking, so he's a feel-good candidate, but he also has that military, that I hate to use the word alpha, but he has that military persona. He presents himself very professionally and everything. So,
sure, I get that.
But yeah,
back to the
circus.
statement that you made. Yeah, back to the statement you made. So it would be not only was it not in violation of, or not only was it aligning with what the UCMJ states, it would be against their oath if they didn't call it out in a way, right? Because you can't obey under the law an unlawful order. Then that's the question about what's unlawful, who's the arbiter. But anyway, I appreciate your perspective, and I really do, and thank you for bringing that up. And I'm glad that there was an opportunity there to kind of tell your story a little bit. And I know it grinds the gears of veterans in particular. So I want to thank you again for your service, and thanks for being here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I make one parting comment about your road tour, and then I'll leave?
Please. Yes, please.
I'm going to go make a donation as soon as we get off of here. I got to just get to my computer to do it. But everybody, if you're not thinking about donating, if you think you're donating to Steve staying in hotels or getting RVs, you're not. Do it for the victims. Do it for the victims, because what's going to happen on this road tour is Steve's going to just break a whole bunch of information open and keep these files in everybody's site. So do it for the victims if that's what you want to donate for. Because that's why I'm going to give you money today, because I want to see you get justice for these victims.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Be safe out there, okay?
You too, Steve. Thank you.
All right, take care. Love that. I love that. Obi, I see you, bro. Let me get through a bunch of people that have requested, then we can spend some time on your Wall Street exercise. I know a lot of folks tuned in to hear that today, and we'll talk about it in just a few minutes. Kristen, how are you this morning?
Hey, good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Welcome to Free Speech Friday. What's on your mind?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. I am a passenger in the vehicle. I don't want to get your live in trouble, so if you want me to drop, I can drop.
No, you're fine. It's hard to hear you. So if you could just maybe if you have Bluetooth, yeah, it's a little bit hard to hear you.
Here we go. Is that better?
That's better, much better.
Okay. Hey, Steve, I love you. Every morning, I am not a morning person, but I roll over, I wake up, and I turn on your voice, and it helps me to get up and get going with my day. So thank you so much for that. I am in Minneapolis, and you might have touched on this earlier, but I just wanted to say that it's not done here yet. I don't think any of us exhaled after Holman lied through that whole press conference yesterday. We haven't made any concessions. The ICE agents are now wearing plain clothes. They're trying to act like they're utility workers knocking on doors. So nothing's changed here. We're not showing up on people's pages anymore, but I want everyone keep up the fight. We got to just keep it going. And I appreciate your donations to Minneapolis causes and everything that you're doing, keeping us in the spotlight.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, Kristen. I know there's a lot going on out there that doesn't get covered, and you're right. I'll believe it when I see it, so to speak. But I think what it proved, and thank you for being part of that community. What it proved is the power of the peaceful protest. Because by and large, the majority of the protests in Minneapolis were just peaceful, and that's getting people's attention. So
yes.
I appreciate you saying that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Yes. So thank you so much, Steve. And then just like the last guy said, please, guys, it's so easy to contribute to Steve and what he's going to do this with his tour. So let's all pitch in, okay? All right, Steve, love you. Thanks for everything you do.
Love you too. Thank you, Kristen. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Thanks a lot. Actually, there is I'm glad she said that, because I just want to play briefly Gary Peters questioning members of CBP Commissioner Scott and then acting ICE Director Lyons. They appeared before a Senate committee yesterday. Mr. Senator Peters is the ranking member, and this was just an interesting series of questions. And I think this again puts Kristi Noem on blast, because these are the people that would have provided her information. So listen to this interesting exchange.
How did they come to the fact that he was going to have those mass casualties, and then, quote, Secretary Noem said he was committing, quote, an act of domestic terrorism, which you saw in the video? Is that what you train your officers? Someone laying on the ground, that's an act of domestic terrorism? Commissioner Scott and Acting Lyons, did you provide Secretary Noem with an assessment of what Mr. Preddy was engaged in, and that he was engaged in domestic terrorism? Is that why she said that? Is because you told her that was your belief at that time, even though you need an awful lot of investigation now to know exactly what happened? Are you the ones that told her that?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir. Did anyone who reports to either of you provide this assessment to Secretary Noem that this was mass casualty, or he was attempting to inflict mass casualties and domestic terrorism? Did someone in your staff tell her that?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
So why would Secretary Noem, why would she tell the public that this was an act of domestic terrorism when right in the heat of the moment? How would she possibly come to that kind of conclusion to tell the American public that when they're watching this video?
I can't speculate on what someone else would say or why, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
Sir, I can't speculate to what the Secretary thought at that time, sir.
So it seems to me a really big question, which means that we have to have Secretary Noem here.
Yeah.
She deserves it the American people deserve to have the Secretary, the person who is responsible to, you are responsible to, and all the men and women ICE answer to her. She needs to be before this committee. She ducks coming out in public and talking and hasn't accepted prior invitations to come to this committee. I would hope the chairman would invite her, because this is an important question. How could you come to those conclusions, those narratives, before any evidence was there, even after all that's happened since then? You two are telling me you don't have enough evidence, even though it looks so clear on the video. It should have looked really clear to her if she looked at that video, if she had it that close. A lot of this got posted pretty quickly. How she came to those conclusions, I don't expect you to know that. You didn't provide any information to her, which makes me question it even more. If she got no information from you in the chain of command,
correct,
how would you come up with that kind of narrative if the chain of command wasn't doing it?
And I'm glad that line of questioning happened, because that was, and I tried to find the sound. It could be out there. Kristi Noem went on the talk shows and said, "Oh, she was told information was flying fast, and I was told by agents in the field that he was a domestic terrorist." Under what conditions? You slimy dog killer. Under what conditions? So you lied to the American public, J.D. Vance lied to the American public, Stephen Miller lied to the American public, and the President of the United States lied to the American public. Because they labeled someone, three people, Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, were labeled as domestic terrorists. So government tax dollars, your tax dollars, went to investigate them and Renee Good's wife, but not the victims of the world's largest child sex trafficking ring. When we talk about the glazing that happens in this administration, everything is done. Everything they say, every statement that they make, every interview that they do is for one person and one person only. And that is the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing, fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator, racist. That would be Donald Trump. There is a statement that he put out, let's see, yesterday, it's at 11 a.m., on Pam Bondi's performance. And this requires the voice that you've all grown to love.
AG Pam Bondi, under intense fire from the Trump-deranged radical left lunatics, was fantastic at yesterday's hearing on the never-ending saga of Jeffrey Epstein, where the one thing that has been proven conclusively, much to their chagrin, was that the president, Donald J. Trump, has been 100% exonerated of their ridiculous Russia type charges. Actually, it is the slimeball Democrats, many of them big donors and politicians. They have been proven guilty. Republican loser, sanctimonious rhino Congressman Thomas Massie made a total fool of himself yesterday, fighting aimlessly against a hopeless agenda of hate and stupidity, as most clearly stated by his crashing job approval numbers in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, where a military hero opponent, Ed Gowron, is crushing him in the polls. He is now wacky Liz Cheney territory. Nobody cared about Epstein when he was alive. They only cared about him when they thought he could create political harm to a very popular president who has brought our country back from the brink of extinction. And very quickly at that. In fact, this attempt by the Democrats to take away attention from tremendous Republican success is backfiring badly. Maybe they should focus on their quest to open our borders to the world's greatest criminals, have transgender for everyone, or get men, no matter their size or strength, to play in women's sports. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
That is a desperate, dangerous man. Desperate, dangerous man. JK, are you triggered? Hey, friends. JK's feeling a little insecure today. JK, the chat, JK, you know what to do. So interesting, though, that the president is in full defense of Pam Bondi because what choice does he have? What choice does he have? Seriously, what choice? He can't say, well, why didn't she apologize to the victims, survivors? Right? What's he supposed to say? So then he goes back to his old talking points: open borders, transgender for everyone, men and women sports, blah fucking blah. Okay. That's fine. No problem. Sit tight, Obi. Let me bang through some more of these and we'll get right to you. Taser, how are you today?
Hey, I'm great. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I just, I really wanted to say thank you. I listen to you almost every day, and I wanted to say thank you for everything you do, and happy Valentine's Day to everybody. And it's funny he said nails because I saw 9 Inch Nails in DC last night.
Nice.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. And then I roamed around the Capitol all day yesterday, so couldn't find any protests though. But I did get to see the monks walking down Madison Avenue, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was quite a sight. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I've been following their journey, and it's quite a sight to see. So I'm really glad that you got to see that.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I cried.
I'm sure. Yeah, I think that's the point, right?
Yeah,
Humanity has to win, doesn't it? Yeah.
Really, really amazing. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I hope everybody has a wonderful day.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Taser. Thanks for being here.
Have a good one.
You too. Take care. Okay. I want to shift gears a little bit. I'm going to bring up Obi. And I mentioned yesterday because he mentioned something a couple days ago about doing a little bit of a breakdown. And we'll keep it short. We'll keep it sweet. We'll keep it clear. We'll keep it concise. We don't want to spend half an hour on this topic. But I asked him if he wouldn't mind because the conversation, first of all, hello, sir. How are you? You good?
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Love to Manny and love to Benny.
Agreed. Love to Manny
and love to Mons.
Totally agree. Totally agree. So the question, because the Pam Bondi during her hearing, when she was caught lying, she said, we should be talking about the fact that the stock market is at $50,000, first of all. So that's something that becomes a talking point for this administration because the stock market is so high. And it is high. There's no denying that. It's up, breaking records. But that does not tell the full story. It's not necessarily the indicator that a lot of people think it is. So I asked our resident expert to kind of do a summarized breakdown of what it actually means without getting into too big stuff, without getting too detailed. Just I would love your perspective on that, sir.
Yes. If you would allow, I have written it in under 750 words and would like to read it from beginning to end.
Go for it.
The market is not the economy. Walk into any casino and you'll find people making calculated decisions, studying the odds, managing their bankroll, hedging their bets. They're not guessing randomly. They're making educated bets. And if you strip away the suits, the Bloomberg terminals, the veneer of sophistication, that's essentially what happens every day in the stock and bond markets. This isn't cynicism. It's structural reality that most financial advisors won't say out loud. The market reflects expectations, not reality. Stock prices don't measure what a company is worth today. They measure what millions of people believe it'll be worth in the future. A company can lay off thousands of workers, gut its research budget, and burn through its cash reserves, and its stock price might still rise because Wall Street decided that cost cutting will boost short-term earnings. Meanwhile, a company can be growing, hiring, and innovating, and its stock can fall because it missed an analyst's quarterly estimate by a penny. The bond market operates on similar speculation. Bond prices move on prediction about inflation. Interest rate decisions by the Federal Reserve and geopolitical risk assessments, none of which any individual investor can predict with consistent accuracy. When the Fed signals a rate hike, bond prices drop almost instantly, not because anything about the underlying economy changed in that moment, but because traders reposition their bets based on a forecast about a forecast. This is educated gambling. The education is real, the analyst is sophisticated, but the fundamental act, committing money to uncertain future outcome, is a bet. The average investor is the last to know, so that's everybody that's listening. When you buy an ETF or a mutual fund, you're not participating in the market the way institutional investors do. You're buying a packaged product that has designed, priced, and sold to you by people who are already positioned ahead of you. High frequency trading firms execute thousands of transactions per second, exploiting prices, inefficiencies that exist for milliseconds. Hedge funds have access to satellite imagery of retail parking lots to estimate sales before earnings reports. Investment banks have research departments staffed with PhDs running quantitative models you'll never see. Hi, that's me. By the time a trend reaches the average person's 401k allocation, the sophisticated model has already moved. The retail investor, again, that's all of us, buying index funds through a brokerage app is almost always reacting to yesterday's information in a market that has already priced in tomorrow's. The economy and the market are different things. Perhaps the most dangerous myth in personal finance is that a rising stock market means a healthy economy for ordinary people. It often doesn't. During the COVID-19 pandemic, unemployment hit levels not seen since the Great Depression. And while the S&P roared back to record highs within months, wages were stagnant for decades, while equities compounded beautifully. But the benefits of that compounding followed overwhelmingly to the wealthiest households who own the vast majority of stocks. The market measures the profitability of corporations and the collective mood of capital allocators. It does not measure wage growth, housing affordability, healthcare costs, or whether people can cover an unexpected $400 expense. These are the metrics that define economic reality for most Americans, and they have essentially no reliable relationship with the Dow Jones Industrial Average on any given day. So why do we invest? None of this means you shouldn't invest. It means you should understand what you're actually doing. Putting money into a broad market index fund is a bet that capitalism will continue to function, that corporations will continue generating profit, and that the dollar will retain enough value to make future returns meaningful. That's a reasonable bet, arguably the best available bet for most people, but it's still a bet, carrying a real risk that the financial industry marketing persistently underplays. The house, in this case, is the fund managers, the brokers, and the institutions. Takes its cut whether you win or lose. Expense ratios, management fees, and tax drag are the rake. The casino keeps running. Investing intelligently means knowing the reality rather than pretending that buying a mutual fund is somehow fundamentally different from placing an uninformed wager. The educated investor isn't someone who believes the market is a rational mirror of economic life. They're someone who understands the game well enough to play it with open eyes and the appropriate humility about what they cannot know. The end.
Damn, dude. Couple things that I wanted to kind of talk to you about that you talked about in there. So if we go back to the financial crisis from 2007, 2008, 2009, we know where it came from. We know that there was a lot of deregulation. We won't get into all of it. We know about the deregulation of the housing industry and the banking industry. It came from Bush era policies, which drove that housing bubble. People were being given loans that they should never have given loans. No job. They call them ninja loans. No income, no job. Which was, of course, predatory lending, which led to that collapse. Who are the people that recovered after Wall Street crashed?
Well, let's put recovered in quotes.
Sure, fair.
Because recovered would be defined as someone who lost something, or someone who lost at such a level that it was a struggle to recover, right? That they had to climb back up.
Right. So people lost their pensions. People lost everything.
Right. The only people who won were institutional investors, hedge funds, and financial houses. So banks and brokerage firms. That was it. No one else.
Correct. So that when you look at, I know that, and again, thank you for that. That was fantastic. That was great, Obi. When you look at metrics to determine the success, again, in air quotes, of the economy, what are indicators that you look at?
I start with looking at legislative initiatives that are a net negative to the labor force. So I look for state and local and federal regulations that curb the right to organize, that curb the right for unions to operate freely, that dictate to unions how they have to collect dues and not allow people to pay dues but still have membership, which is fucking absurd. Could you imagine taking a house and not paying your mortgage, but then claiming all the benefits of owning a house and building equity? That's what they've done. Once I do that, I then look at wages. Where are they in compared to not only inflation, but where are they compared to global factors, right? So when we look at manufacturing, the reason why manufacturing wages are so difficult to measure is because we have such little manufacturing left in the United States. So there's really nothing to benchmark it to. So then I have to figure out, how do I benchmark disappearing industries, right? Can I compare welders, electricians, and plumbers and carpenters together? Yes. Because generally speaking, I can find out what their union contracts are because they make those things publicly available because they want to recruit people. But I can't compare that to people who have non-blue collar jobs, right? People who work in retail. And that's the most important comparison that we have to be able to figure out, because the vast majority of
employees,
the hourly wage employee, the gig economy people, those are the ones that need the safety net, right? And how do I get to be able to triangulate the difference between a union employee of Target versus the actual economy? It's incredibly difficult to do this. This requires the same level of sophistication and tools that the institutional investors have when making their bets. So I want you all to think about that. This is why it's incredibly hard to talk about the economy as it affects all of us, because it's just a fucking Herculean thing to do. That's why it doesn't get discussed, because it requires money and resources that doesn't generate profit.
Right. And it's not just to kind of sum this up, it's not a coincidence that we've seen the wealth gap increase significantly with two significant events. One being the crash, 2007, 2008, and C19.
Yeah.
So I mean, those two, you could look at the charts and you can see those two events triggered a massive gap in wealth and income, right? So again, to your point, the people at the top, the ability, who've got the capital to pull themselves out of the situation a little bit differently. Not only are they doing that, but they are capitalizing on it. Now, you probably heard this, the Howard Nutlick's company is heavily invested. They are hedging The Supreme Court will rule against tariffs. They stand to make tens of millions of dollars when Trump's tariff policy fails in front of the Supreme Court. Talk about diabolical. There you go.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I just want to land my plane here because if people want to talk more about this, we'll talk more about this, and we'll have a separate live. It's not that things are purposeful. It's that the system has been rigged with purpose to only benefit those that never have to recover. So I want to say that again. It's not purposeful that during the crash and the pandemic that things happened. The system is rigged purposefully to ensure those that never have to fully recover will always benefit. And that's because they have the money and the tools to ensure they benefit from the ups and the downs, because they don't participate in the economy like the rest of us do. Why? Because they don't have to. The system is set up to allow them to make money because they have money, not because they do anything, right? Wealth does not create any economic indicators that can be measured by the common person. It's only their portfolios that grow. And if you want to fight me on this, bring your calculator, your slide rule, and your abacus, because I'm going to dog walk you and embarrass you with so much mathematics that one of two things is going to happen. I'm going to need a break and a cold shower, and you're probably going to need a sack lunch. Anyway, I love you guys.
I love you, bro. Thanks for doing that breakdown. I appreciate
talk soon.
Pal. Have a good day.
Cheers.
All right,
Bye-bye.
see you later. That's great. I mean, it's a good lesson for all of us. I mean, that's his wheelhouse, right? I mean, for people to say that, right? Because it's just an indicator. That's all it is. And as Obi discussed, it's not indicative of economic performance. It's indicative of corporation performance. And those corporations are the ones that have rigged the system to benefit them. And Republican era Reaganomics policy, deregulate, no protections, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the wealth gap gets the wealth gap gets wider and wider. So thank you for that, bro. I appreciate you very much. All right. Back at it here. Let's get back into Free Speech Friday. Thank you all for your kindness and your support. Please keep tapping. Appreciate you all very much. Colby, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you doing? What's your name, by the way?
I'm Steve.
Hey, Steve. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about how open you would be to hearing my story. A lot of people get turned off by it and just kind of dismiss me as either like wanting attention or lying or just being outright insane. But essentially, I became an anti-Trump artist 8 years ago. Went on a reality TV singing show at the same time, and then was shown on that TV show for millions of people. Unfortunately, it was a setup for failure because it was a right-leaning show, which I didn't know because it re-upped on ABC, American Idol. But essentially, I have had a nice life during Biden's term, and at this point, both of Trump's terms feel like I'm surviving. So I do believe and would guess that I'm a survivor of either Epstein's ring after Epstein left, and now it's just Trump's ring, and or some sort of government cover-up. But there are people just living to terrorize me, whether it's via hacking or censoring. You can actually see, like, if you make a separate video, my song that started all of this nonsense is called "Trickle Down Hatred," and that and its follow-up song called "President Fart Trickle Down Hatred" have both become untaggable on TikTok in his second term. So would love to chat with you on it if you're interested.
Sure. I would like to, I want to hear your story. I'm interested. I'm curious if this is the best format for you.
I mean, honestly, I just go on a bunch of lives because I can't, to be frank with you, I cannot gain any traction on my own lives. Like I'm very censored in that regard. So yeah, I think Free Speech Friday, I've been You know, basically, like my whole thing is free speech as an artist who feels like her free speech is largely stolen from the world.
How about this? Are you in our Colby? Are you in our Discord?
I don't know what that is, and it drives me nuts because Dean Withers once told me to get into Discord, and I don't know how you do that. I don't know what that is.
Sure. Well, let me tell you what. Let me tell you what we'll do, because I'd like to have the conversation. I'd like to have the conversation with you first, maybe between you and I. We can have a conversation via Discord. That's why I suggested it. So what I will have one of my moderators. It is. It's easy. It's pretty simple to use. I will ask one of my moderators to reach out to you to give you the invite, so that once you join our Discord, then you and I can chat a little bit more, because I want to I want to hear your story. I just want to we don't know each other, obviously.
No,
I think it's out of
that.
due diligence. Yeah. So, and I'm happy to do that. My mod Jess, she just referenced you, or she just messaged you how to get into our Discord. So let's do that, okay?
Okay.
And then once you're in there, then I'll reach out to you. We can have a conversation, and we'll see where it goes. Does that work for you?
Yeah, it sounds great, Steve.
Okay, thank you, Colby. I appreciate you being here. Have a safe day. Be safe out there.
You too. Bye bye.
You too. All right, bye. Appreciate that. Okay, a few more guests here. Everybody keep tapping, please. Appreciate you all very, very much. Yes, you can join the Discord. Anybody wants to join the Discord, you can find the link. It's in the link tree. It's in my bio. If for some reason it doesn't work for you, just copy the link, paste it in a browser, and it will open. Assuming you have Discord installed, it is an app. There's a desktop version as well, or the moderators can reach out to you as well. Please consider joining the Discord, because that's where the magic happens, as they say. And you too can be made to blush. No, I'm kidding, because that never happens. Ever. Good morning, Sadie. How are you today?
Oh, right, you can't talk to now. Just to let you know, I've referred you to psychology. I don't know if you've heard for them.
Sadie, are you there?
Right, well, you'll hear for them, because I've sent the referral into there. I'm going on holiday till...
Okay. Yes, you're joining our Discord, Erica. Why are you... Wait, you're not in there already? Psh, I'm offended. I thought we were friends. Okay, a few other things. And everybody, thank you.
How did they come to the fact that he was...
I got that. Thank you, everybody, for your kindness today. I appreciate that. It is a Free Speech Friday. She was mid-sentence, but she was talking to somebody else. She wasn't talking to me. She was talking to somebody else. Okay, I want to revisit a couple of other stories that have recently been shared, and I guess a better way to put it is exposed. I want you to, first of all, look at this picture. I found this. So we know who this is, Pam Bondi, right? This is Keith Frankel. Keith Frankel, his name is, again, all over the Jeffrey files. And I'm not making any allegations of criminality, but there are conversations between himself and others that involve what are called body boxes. Now, I researched what a body box is. A body box is like an environment that you can conceal, that you can measure respiration rates. Okay, that's one term for it. But there's another series of threads that were included in the Jeffrey files. Again, Pam Bondi and Keith Frankel. This picture was taken after the conviction of J.E., awareness of the people involved, right? The email thread starts with the date of from Keith Frankel to J.E. vacation on March 12th, 2010. The email thread starts, hold on a second. Make sure I have the right sequence here. Wednesday, March 3rd, 2010, 3:26 p.m. This is from Shelley Marchietti. That's the name it's on the from. It just spoke with a lingerie company, and they operate under international intimates for private label with Victoria's Secrets. Hello, Les Wexner. And then there's an email from some person whose name is blocked out to Keith Frankel, this guy, hanging out with Pam Bondi. March 3rd, 2010, 6:34 p.m. This is the company who wants to talk about a deal with the girls, and they say they manufacture from Victoria's Secret. Other name is Renee Roth, etc. Follow-up. I understand. This is March 4th, 8:40 a.m. the next day. I understand. The entire team waited for you at my house. I cannot see you Monday. Let's try Sunday. We are getting hounded. We are going to lose the deal, and VS is going to end up buying from a broker. Need your help. And then finally, this is dated from JE to Keith Frankel, March the 4th, 8:55 a.m. This is the third time you canceled Just a Fact. That's why I asked if anyone specific. I was at the hospital down the street. My friend's mom is failing. Asked if other than you, I'd come over. Otherwise, be down on the weekend. Sunday is fine. This is the third time you canceled Just a Fact, from Jeffrey to Keith. I will address our informal meetings on a more formal basis in the future. I thought I was just a fill-in for your more interesting guests. Smiley face. J.E. writes to Keith Frankel again on Friday, March 12th, 2010. Are you down this weekend? I'm down on Wednesday. This is again March 10th. This is after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted as a child sex trafficker and predator and soliciting prostitution for minors. And Pam Bondi, the attorney general, is hanging out with him after all this. After all of it. And then he talks about body boxes. The story is such. The quote is this. Hang on a second. In the email, as part of the files, it said the email from Keith Frankel to JE. Attach me. Hold on a second. Let me back up a second. So the hard part, trying to navigate through these files because there's so many redactions, it's hard to make sense. From Keith Frankel to JE on Wednesday, February the 10th of 2010. Attachments: the bodybox.pdf. It's a JPEG or a PDF of the body box, and said, "Are we getting the body boxes?" So no. Again, I share this with you because, in my opinion, there's one reason and one reason only that Pam Bondi is the Attorney General of the United States, and that is to protect everybody. Because there's a huge piece we're all missing with Bondi, I fear. Yeah, there's lots of pieces that we're missing. There's been rumors that she may have been trafficked herself. Again, just a rumor. Another email from JE to Sarah K. Keith Frankel is confirmed to be at the House this Sunday, March 7th at 7 p.m. That's dated March 5th. So when we talk about how deep this goes, when we talk about the layers and the people that are put in places specifically to protect others, she is front and center. Absolute front and center. What does Pam Bondi know? What does she know? She knows as much, if not more, than anyone. And when asked questions in Congress about why other people have not been investigated, her answer was no answer. Her answer was to look at her Regina George Byrne book and expose the fact that the DOJ was spying on members of Congress. So then that leads us to this, again, weirdness of Dr. Oz. We'll talk about him in a second. Again, this is the weirdness part of these stories, okay? As reported by MS Now and confirmed by Snopes, Epstein ordered sulfuric acid on the same day that the FBI opened a probe. Now, did some research into this. Never did I ever imagine I would be researching sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is something that can be used in the desalinization process of seawater, and it was supposed to be shipped to his island. Again, is it just a coincidence? Sulfuric acid is also so potent that it can dissolve bone. We know from some of the images that we saw from the from the estate on Little St. James that there was this trap door that went right down to the water. Why? Yeah, Walter White. Exactly. It's giving me a Walter White kind of vibe. Exactly. Right? On December the 6th, 2018, When the FBI announced it would begin investigating the late sex offender J.E. for suspected trafficking, he ordered barrels of sulfuric acid. It's true. Emails and documents from the batch of published files related to Epstein case refer to the chemicals several times, including in 2013, in the context of water desalination, which would have been necessary on his island, Little St. James. In February of this year, after the DOJ released 3.5 million documents related to the case, a rumor spread online that the disgraced financier had ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid on the day the FBI announced it would investigate him for suspected trafficking. For example, one X-user posted a screenshot supposedly showing files related to the Epstein case. The first looked like an email noting the date the investigation started, and the second seemed to be a wire transfer request form for sulfuric acid from the same date. The X-user appeared to suggest the alleged purchase could be evidence that Epstein had been informed about the FBI and was trying to destroy any and all evidence. This is the post. On the exact same day the FBI opened a child sex trafficking case against Epstein, he ordered half a dozen 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid to his private island. Could be a coincidence, but what are the odds? I mean, seriously. A coincidence about the lottery. A coincidence about names being here. A coincidence about timing. A coincidence about the cellmate's testimony on the same day that Todd Blanche is over talking to Ghislaine Maxwell in prison, and then she gets moved to a low security, if any security prison, of which Pam Bondi apparently knew nothing about it. Just reporting, right? I'm just reporting. Doesn't it seem odd to you? Seems odd to me. The claim also appeared on Facebook, and Snopes readers contacted us about the rumor. Some people wondered whether Epstein had ordered his chemical to dissolve bodies after he learned of the looming investigation. An examination of the DOJ's repository of Epstein files revealed that the documents in the Expos were among those the department released in late January. Therefore, the claim was true. Though other documents indicated Epstein's intended use for the acid was much more benign than making bodies disappear. Geez, you would hope. The FBI began its investigation into J.E. on December the 6th, 2018. According to the page 93 of an FBI document included in the published files, another document in the DOJ's library showed the first screenshot in the post, which noted the date was authentic. So yes, in fact, the timing does track that there was 330 gallons roughly of sulfuric acid ordered on the day the FBI opened an investigation. Again, the documents included the wire transfer request sent on December the 6th from St. Thomas and the U.S. Virgin Islands, Little St. James, the name of his island, is off coast of St. Thomas, to Gemini Seawater Systems, a company in Gainesville, Florida, that offered seawater reserve osmosis installations and services. Blumetric, an environmental consulting and water technology company, acquired the company in 2024. Seawater reverse osmosis is a process that separates seawater and the salt and other impurities it contains to desalinize water. An island like Epstein's would require such a system to be inhabitable. The wire transfer form said a payment of $4,373.17 would be used to acquire the following goods: 65-gallon drums of sulfuric acid with fuel and insurance charge for transport. That's what the statement says. Sulfuric acid is part of the reverse osmosis process. It helps to chemically pretreat water. The acid lowers the pH of the water to prevent calcium carbonate deposits on the membranes that filter the water to remove impurities. Okay. Logic would tell you that yes, sulfuric acid is part of reverse osmosis to desalinate water. Yes, that is true. It also can be used for other things. Like you can use a firearm to shoot a boar. You could also use a firearm to kill a kid in a school. Yes. But when you stack all these things together, it's not an allegation. It's just fucking creepy as shit. Because don't forget, we also know that the reporting about funding the gynecology and obstetrics department at Ohio State. The head of that department was receiving $25,000 payments every quarter. We know about that. We know about Epstein's heavily invested in the scientific community, wanting to understand more about eugenics and gene therapy and DNA manipulation. Peter Thiel ran in that world as well. Peter Thiel has talked about a supreme race. We know all this shit, right? These are all things that we know. These are all things that we know. So when you hear about all these things, an experiment gone wrong, so we've got to eliminate the evidence, it's not a stretch. I am not asking you to make any assumptions. I'm certainly not asking you to say, well, that's what it was. I'm just asking you to just accept the news that these are all things that are just too fucking weird. Too fucking weird. To me, it becomes this reason for us to question everything. And it's not easy. I got to tell you, when I start to look at this shit, I'm thinking, man, oh man, do I even want to talk about sulfuric acid? Because you could easily make the claim that yes, it is in fact part of the reverse osmosis process to get salt out of water. Sure. On the same day, the FBI opens an investigation. On the same day, Todd Blanche sits down with Ghislaine Maxwell. Cellmate testimony is exposed from the files, naming names and naming the things that they did on the same day. Is that just a coincidence too? Anyway, do I have any true crime fans in the house? You all watch? We have a lot of true crime watchers. You know, right? These are the kinds of things they talk about in true crime. These are some of the dots that they connect, right? These are some of the things, the threads that they pull on. This is when Dexter would come involved. Steve Bannon's name is all over these things. Right, it is. It is given a true crime vibe. I don't want people to leave this live today thinking that, oh yeah, he orders sulfuric acid to dissolve the bodies. And I'm not making that assertion. Sulfuric acid is so corrosive that it can, in fact, dissolve bone. That two things can be true. Used for desalinization, it can also, it's so corrosive that it can, in fact, dissolve bone. I just think there's too many coincidences in this whole thing. I just think there's just too many because it seems like every day there's another one. It's like if these were 2 months apart, then would we be talking about it? I don't know. I couldn't find any other instances of him ordering that much, sulfuric acid. Did he just happen to run out the day before? Yeah, it could dissolve everything. I think teeth as well. It's that potent. Right? Anyway, that's part of the frustration. So yeah, in the files, there's a document. It's from LSJE LLC. It's the wire transfer request form from JE for $4,373.17 to Gemini Seawater Systems LLC, 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid. So it's like, I don't want people to be in a position where you can draw your own conclusions because I think that makes it dangerous, but I think we can make some dots connected. Okay. I want to move now briefly to this situation regarding ICE. Let me take that picture off the screen because, again, just the last point. This guy, Keith Frankel, sharing communications with JE. I'm not alleging crimes, but weird shit, lies and denials, hanging out with Pam. Right. Hang on a second. He's on his game. Pam Bondi as Sergeant Schultz. I know nothing. Gotta do that. Look at that. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm going to leave that right there. So, as we discussed earlier with our friend from on the ground in Minneapolis, right? You farted? I'm sorry, somebody said they farted. My apologies. Did you laugh so hard? Anyway, the ICE operations, although they're winding down, haven't necessarily ended, and we all are aware of what's happened, right? We also know that what's not being reported by right-wing media is the absolute brutality that's being handed out at the hands of ICE officials and CBP officers, right? So this is reporting that was done. Sam Cedar carried this on his show, and you're going to hear testimony from a former ICE official who discussed some of the conditions in these warehouses. Because that's what you're seeing now. They're trying to buy up warehouses across the country to turn them into these concentration camps, right? And obviously the for-profit prison system, technically. So here's a little bit of that reporting.
We're disguising the identity of a former worker here at the ICE detention facility on the 6th floor of this federal building in Baltimore because they signed a non-disclosure agreement before starting work here, which means they could face legal retaliation for talking about it.
People laying on the floor, head to toe. That reminded me of the pictures that I saw in elementary school of how they brought the slaves from Africa.
For months, this person had access to what our cameras are not allowed to see.
Miren cómo nos tienen aquí. Miren qué migración cómo nos tienen.
The inside of the same Baltimore ICE detention center showed in this viral video.
Nos tienen en un depósito aquí en Baltimore.
The former worker showed WUSA 9 documentation proving they were employed there.
It was probably day 1 or day 2 that I saw the abuse.
What did you see?
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees to long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen. Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted.
Capacity of 20 max, and there's 50 in one, 47 in another, 52 in a third, 56 in a fourth. He describes them as being, lying on the floor in feces and in urine and in vomit, head to toe. The comparison that this gentleman made was to slave ships. Yeah.
In the video itself, and as many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker described to us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said she was disturbed by what she saw.
It is just a horrific thing for us as a country.
This former worker told us on one occasion they showed up to find a detainee strapped in a restraint chair.
And when I asked the guard why was he in a restraint chair, his reply to me was that the mother kept making noise all night.
In its statement, ICE told WUSA 9 restraints are only used if a detainee poses a danger to themselves or others, never for disciplinary reasons, and not for extended periods. Staff are trained in their proper use, and all instances are monitored. The spokesperson also said ICE is committed to the safety, health, and dignity of all individuals in custody. This former worker told us he regularly saw detainees lying in filth, and treatment of women's sanitary needs was especially disturbing.
They didn't always have sanitary stuff for them if they were having their cycle.
What was the solution there?
They were given diapers.
ICE told WUSA 9 appropriate hygiene supplies, including sanitary products, for female detainees are provided, and that all staff and contractors treat detainees with respect and dignity. But the former worker showed us these screenshots of a group text message in which a coworker complains about the smell inside the facility.
A coworker said, "I blame the smell up here. It's like a blinding smoke screen for my brain."
Someone messages back, "Smells like an animal house at the zoo,"
with a smiley emoji after it.
A third person seems to joke, "Goats?"
And that's how I've seen some of the officers treat them and talk to them out of the Baltimore office like they were animals in a cage at the zoo. I'm for the deportation of illegal immigrants in this country, especially those that commit crimes. I've said it when I got hired. I said it in the interview. I knew who I was working for when I took this job. I had no problems with doing my job. I just have problems with the abuse and the treatment of this.
Disturbing shit, right? And let me just play a little bit more for you.
Yeah. I mean, there is absolutely no reason to believe that this type of stuff isn't going on at these other detention facilities.
I think that's kind of the point. So I think about this, right? I think about how, we have Stephen Miller, who is a white Christian nationalist, racist bigot, who despises anyone who doesn't have lily white skin. He's in the ear of the president every single day, reminding them, telling him, convincing him that these people are monsters. So when you dehumanize people, you don't need to tell the members of the black and brown community this, but in general, when you dehumanize people, it makes things like this justifiable in the mind. Because when you dehumanize, you perceive them as animals. Therefore, animals can be put in cages. Animals don't have to have clean conditions. Animals can just sit in their own shit, because that's what animals do. We've had numerous people report on things like this. People losing their life in ICE custody, right? Assaults against pregnant women, assaults against children, 32 deaths in 1 year compared to like 50 during the Obama administration, right? Yeah, I know animals should not be treated like this. That's the point I was making, is that when you dehumanize people, people don't care. So we have that side, like the intentional cruelty towards people, right? The intentional cruelty towards people. And then on the other side, we have her and others protecting people who are dehumanizing people and eliminating people and abusing people and committing the worst crimes imaginable. And there are 70 million or more Americans in this country who voted for that. I don't know what else there is to say. You've made a clear choice. You've made a clear choice that you don't care about cruelty. So when you talk to people, our friends on the right, and they've got "I support ICE" as their background, or worse, right? "I support ICE." And you tell them these stories, and you hear a former ICE officer talking about these kinds of things, and you read them the reports, because one comes out every single day. In their mind, it's no big deal because those people are subhuman anyway. Whatever. They should have come here the right way. Thank you. They're not my friends either, is the colloquial term. Right? This is how far we have fallen. I implore you to do something in your community. I implore you. I'm getting better at taking my flowers. I don't ask a lot from you all. I need your help getting out on the road in support of what we do here. But I am asking you to lean in on your empathy, to lean in on your compassion, to lean in on your kindness, not niceness, but kindness, to lean in, because this is what's happening in our neighborhoods, in our cities, in our small towns. This is what's happening. People are just being dehumanized at levels I would have never imagined. That's my privilege showing. Ask a black or brown person. They know. Ask a member of any marginalized community. They know. What are you going to do about it? You can't just be made to feel nauseous in a TikTok live on a Friday morning. You've got to be angry, and you've got to do something with it. If we cannot hold this level of criminality and just barbaric lack of humanity approaches to society, then what the fuck are we fighting for? What's the point? What are we fighting for if we're not fighting for this? So please do something in your community. Please, before it's too late.
I wanted to read.
Great.
I'm doing great.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. What's on your mind?
I want to read, if you don't mind, an article I just read today that is staggering. It really drives home what we have, the mistake we made by electing him the second time. So this guy wrote an article. He says, "So I've been watching these social media economic."
Who's the person who wrote the article?
The person. It's on a Facebook post. It was where I got it from. And
I'd rather you
well,
not.
no, it's not. It's not about anything that can be disputed. It's basically the take on what's happening right now with our economy. And with the pullback that's been happening since he got reelected the second time. They've basically, in a nutshell, he's saying that these countries that own a good portion of our debt, along with we own the largest portion as Americans, but they own several $1 trillion of our debt. And what has happened is countries like, okay, for example, was it the they were saying that the Danish or whatever, one of them owned quite a bit of debt, using it in their pension fund. And just recently they bailed out, slowly but quietly bailed out like $25 million worth of our bonds, literally sold them quietly overnight. And it's happening. I think that the Chinese owned like $1.13 trillion worth of our debt. They have, in the last decade, they've sold about half of that, have given it back. They said that if they dumped it all, if all these countries dumped it all, they would hurt themselves too by dumping it. So what they're doing is they're backing away slowly, quietly, receding, getting rid of their debt slowly so that they don't tank the market and they can get most of their money back. And they're pulling away, and they said it's slowly happening over time that they're literally pulling away from our economy. In fact, China just recently announced the article I read from somewhere said that China has instructed their banks to start selling their bonds, their U.S. Treasury bonds.
Wouldn't surprise me. And we all know who's going to take advantage of that. The people who already have wealth. It's probably by design to cripple the economy, because that people will hedge their bets on the destruction of the American democracy and American capitalism. They'll take their money, they'll run, and we'll be left to pick up the pieces.
Yep. And they said that what's happening is by them selling them, it's going to increase all of our costs on our credit card, the interest on our credit card, and the interest on the debt that we owe. It just makes us have to pay more as a country.
Correct. Thanks for jumping in talking about that today. I appreciate you for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
No problem. All right.
All right. Yeah. I mean, again, we've talked about these in so many different ways. Don't forget lots of investment from U.S. companies in regions that were influenced by tariffs, back and forth, et cetera, et cetera. China prepared to pick up the slack. Partnerships, allies, friends that we could always count on don't want to do business with the U.S. anymore. Meanwhile, the Trump family, they're set. They've enriched themselves to the tune of $4 billion just since he took the office. It's just one thing after another. But again, no corruption here. No corruption here at all. Nothing to see. Nothing to see at all. It's fine. It's all good. Payne NP, how are you today?
I'm doing great. It's great to speak with you. Can you hear me?
Thank you. I can.
Okay, I just, regarding the persons who come here from other countries, I work in the field of injured patients, and I can attest to patients who are afraid to come into the office because of situations.
Sure.
Currently happening. But I wanted to tell you kind of a heartwarming story. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I don't like public speaking.
Oh, you're great. You're doing great. Hearts in the chat, friends. Everybody send some love her way, please.
Okay, so I have another person who's an injured worker. She's a white woman, and she told me just the sweetest story. She has a migrant neighbor, and she's been going to the food pantry and taking food to this migrant person who is afraid to leave her home. So this migrant lady, she also makes burritos and tamales and has not been going out and selling her tamales. So she started selling for the woman and actually upsold all of her products and is making more money. She's like, I'm not going to sell them for the price you sell them for. I'm going to sell them for the price I want to sell them for. So she's actually making more money for this lady that she's been helping. It was just such a heartwarming story. I was actually, I was crying in the office with her, just seeing people doing something for someone, and it's just wonderful. But yeah, and again, I wanted to say something about how MAGAs say they just need to do it the right way. Well, the Trump administration isn't letting them do it the right way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. They're being detained and arrested and deported during or right after immigration hearings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yep.
Yeah. And I talk to patients every day about how scared they are and they want to go home to Mexico. And, so it's very tough.
It is. That is a great story. We often talk about in terms of doing something. That's an example of because we can all do something in our communities to help our neighbors more so than ever. So I love hearing stories like that. Thank you so very much. I appreciate sharing that with us today. Thanks
all right. Okay. Bye.
You did great, by the way. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm an introvert actually working in an extrovert job. So it's very hard.
Well, you did great. So thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Have a good day. See you later. Yeah, it's what they talk about, like public speaking is like number one. It's like one of the biggest, one of the scariest things that people do, right? Guess it is. Yeah, it's super scary for lots of people. Okay. That's an example of doing something, isn't it? Somebody decided that they needed to do something in their community and they just used their skills and they did something. They just did something. And I love it. Spiders or public speaking, tough choice. Public speaking's not so hard. This is public speaking. It's me and the phone, right? It's just me and the phone. That's it. What do I call you? Singleton?
I'm John.
Hi, John. What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to make a couple of statements to you. I appreciate you having your show. I watch it on occasion, but
thank you.
I'm lucky I came across it. What gets me about current today is the individuals and the people who insist on dividing this country. Number one, we're all Americans. And when people say, well, the Democrats did this and the Republicans did that, you're just dividing this country as so much more. And I really feel like people would say, okay, absolutely. If people would just say, look, these Americans, now you have a choice, you have a clear choice to research, find out who is in the wrong. Don't take it with, well, a Republican said it, so it must be true. No, a Democrat said it, well, it must be true. No, it's look into the research. If you look at Donald Trump's, yeah.
I want to challenge your thinking a little bit, because what I'm hearing is this is a both sides thing. Do you believe that?
No, absolutely not. Okay. I believe that this country has been infiltrated and that we returned to communism. That's what I believe.
Infiltrated by whom?
The communists.
The communists.
The fascists. The people who want to destroy the Constitution of the United States.
Okay. Tell me what communism is.
Communism is when you don't have a choice. People are making decisions for you. You live the way that they tell you to live, how you live. There is no freedoms there. You're not allowed to say no.
No, that's the opposite of what communism is, sir. You're talking about fascism. Okay?
Yes.
You're talking about do you believe that communism and fascism are the same thing?
No, I believe they're very much similar in that if you look at the wars that have already happened, when Germany was taking over all the countries, that wasn't by choice.
Okay, so communism and fascism are at opposite ends of the spectrum. Okay?
We're socialism.
Okay, so let me. Do you need to talk to somebody, or can you stay in this conversation? Okay, all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Communism and fascism are at far ends, because fascism is far right authoritarianism. Communism is no government, cashless, no government, no centralized government. So they are at opposite ends. Oftentimes, people on the right refer to far leftists as communists. So communism and fascism are as far apart as you can possibly be. Like think of fascism as authoritarianism. Okay, so I'm going to go back to a statement that you made. Who's invading the country? Yes, Sam. Communism is moneyless.
I think it's a basic idea. Are you trying to get me to say that they're foreigners?
No, what I'm trying to get you to understand, sir, is I'm asking you specific questions. Okay, I'm asking you specific questions.
But I can't give you specific because I don't know those individuals.
Oh, okay, but who do you think is invading the country?
The idea itself.
But what idea?
Communism, fascism.
But you don't know what either one of those things are.
But you just explained them to me.
Right. Okay. So who's invading the country that are fascist?
Fascism exists regardless of whether it's been brought in, or if somebody gets an idea, are you telling me that they had to come from somewhere else?
No, sir. So I'm only focusing on your words. Okay. I'm only focusing on your words. You said the country is being invaded by communists and fascists. And I'm asking idea. Okay, but who? But you said invaded. So the country's being invaded. Are you saying that it's not actually an invasion, that people are already here and they're the ones that are the fascists? Okay. So who are those people?
Invasion is the wrong word. Invasion was the wrong word, because that's what you use when you want to talk about immigrants, which is, I think, is ridiculous.
You think immigrants are invading us?
No, absolutely not. When God did not make borders, man made borders. Mexico lost half of its country to the United States. Mexicans were already here, yet we're saying get rid of all the Mexicans.
Okay. So let me see if I can let me just see if I can unpack a few things, sir. So you are saying that there is a fascist and communist element within our country that is infiltrating our systems. Is that what you think?
I'm saying that there are a multitude of people, various with different ideas, which is what this country is all about. You're free to think whatever you want. The problem is that the Constitution itself in this country belongs to this country and to every citizen and American of this country. Yet we have individuals who think that it shouldn't exist.
Like who? Who are these individuals? That's my point.
Well, why would our president, decide to make decisions without going through Congress? Because he wants to supersede the Constitution. He wants to be all powerful.
He's a fascist.
Exactly.
That's why. So he's a fascist.
Exactly.
Okay. So then
I'll
you can't
agree with
compare. That. Okay. So he's a fascist. And then people that support him support fascism.
Yeah, that's safe to say. Yeah.
Okay. So then fascism is antithetical to our Constitution. It contradicts our Constitution.
Yes.
So that's not communism. Okay.
Oh, you're still on
fascism.
Okay.
No. Well, you brought it up. Fascism is not communism. Okay. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So
I do now because you explained it so well. I appreciate that.
My pleasure. Happy to help you out here. That's what we do around here. So I guess the question is, what is it that you're so concerned about?
The Constitution itself, the Bill of Rights, that which gives us Americans our freedoms, is trying to be ripped up, destroyed, so that, as you put it, communism, which everybody does their own thing, they can do that. Okay, and I don't feel like that's right. I believe we should be a country of laws. I feel we should have laws that pertain to everyone, not just the majority, but everyone. I don't care whether you're rich or not. If you raped a child of 12 years old, my God, you ought to be put in jail.
Let's be careful with their words.
Sorry.
Okay, I guess it's okay. Then I guess I'm just really confused, sir, because I don't think, due respect, I don't think you had a general knowledge of what communism and fascism is. So are you concerned about who did you vote for in the last election? Let's level set. Who did you vote for in the last election?
Biden and Kamala ran. Yeah, Kamala. I voted Democrat.
So in 2024, who did you vote for? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I voted. No, I consider myself an independent because I try to listen to both sides as much as possible. But I did vote Democrat.
That's not the question I asked. Okay, you voted for Kamala Harris. Okay, so you voted for Kamala Harris, right?
Yes.
So do you believe that Kamala Harris is a communist?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out where the communist part comes from, sir. Like, where does that come from?
Are you
brought it up?
Concerned? Well, I understand, and you're stuck on the word, and I understand the definition
no, it's
now.
Not that I'm,
and I may have used the term.
Sir, it's not that I'm stuck on the word. It's not that I'm stuck on the word. I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're implying.
Okay, let's before Reagan. Let me put it this way. Maybe this will. I'm 70 years old.
Okay.
Before Reagan, at that time, we were taxing the millionaires. We were taxing big corporations. Companies were not considered entities that had power over our government. We didn't have as much lobbyists pushing for theirs. You've always known there's been an undercurrent of cheating in the government because only certain companies were getting government contracts and such. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of pull. It's a lot of power. But I don't feel it was fair.
So that's a different conversation, though. If we're talking about government corruption, sure, I don't think you're going to find anybody who's going to disagree with you, right? That's fine. That's fine. So let's back up a second. Let's clear the decks to say that our country is not being invaded by communists.
No,
Would you
it's
agree
not
with that
being
statement?
invaded. I used the wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize for
fine.
that.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. We do know, though, that there's a massive rise on authoritarianism and fascism in our country. That is true.
Yes.
That I will agree with you, right? And we can even look at,
absolutely.
under normal conditions, our government can act a bit fascist. You have to have all 14 tenets, though, to be considered a fascist government. So for the future of conversations for you, fascism is far-right ultranational authoritarianism. That's what fascism is, okay? So I guess what I would ask you to think about is this. We have a two-party system currently. We all want to have more options when we vote. We want our society to move forward, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We want our society to move forward. That requires voting for progressives. Do you know what a progressive is politically?
Define it for us so that everybody.
Okay, well, I'm a progressive, all right? What I stand for is a system that works for the people. I don't like conservatives, whether you're a Democrat conservative or a Republican conservative, because by definition, conservatives want things to maintain the same. I want to overfund public education, for example. I want universal health care. I want a tax system that punishes the rich, not punishes, but forces them to pay more, that benefits the middle class. I want money out of I want money out of politics. I want to overturn Citizens United. I want a Supreme Court that is more balanced so that we can look at different perspectives and different opinions. I want laws that enhance and protect society. I don't want laws passed that take away people's rights. Okay? So then you're a progressive.
Yes.
Okay. You're not a communist.
No.
You don't have to fear communists. Okay?
No.
But you should be aware of fascists, because fascists bad. Because think back, are you a history buff?
I consider myself one, yeah.
Okay. June 6, 1944. What is that day? Does that day ring a bell?
World War, what was it? 1, 2?
World War II.
No, it
D-Day.
was 1. Okay.
It was 2. It was World War II, June 6, 1944. That's D-Day. You know what D-Day is?
Yes.
D-Day was the invasion, Operation Overlord, the invasion of Normandy, correct?
Right.
The United States Army and our allies, do you know who they were? Antifa. Antifa. Anti-fascist. Anti-fascists. So when you hear the term Antifa, don't think it's this communist plot. Don't think that we're being infiltrated by communists under the umbrella of Antifa. And people who believe in the ideology of Antifa believes that we believe that we are opposed to fascism. We're anti-fascist. Okay?
Yes.
Does that track?
Yes, absolutely.
Don't be afraid of communists. Be afraid of fascists. Don't be afraid of progressing society forward, sir. All right?
Right.
Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
You got it. See you later. Okay. Malkadat, how are you today?
Hello, greetings. I'm calling you from Mexico.
Okay.
I'm Polish
Thanks for being here.
Canadian. And I was in Florida as a refugee, as an asylum seeker for a year, and I left 7 months ago. And for 1 year in Florida, I have seen hell from my perspective. I wasn't caught by ICE or anything. I was in the alleys where they were catching immigrants, like I would say, pick up some nails, and from both sides, ICE will come and just pass by me, picking up 4 or 5 people in the same alley just because of the color. I speak fluent Spanish and so on and so on. I enjoyed the conversation because I heard this confusion. And since I was born in Poland, I can explain a little this entire thing. Yet I went to United States because I have a partner from Germany, and they want to take our child. We won the court as 1 in 26 years. Nobody wins. They take 5 children an hour. So we went to states when they take 170 something an hour, right? There's a huge takeover of the children, and we had a court case and stuff like this. It just went completely crazy. But what we see, this Nazi kind of environment in the States was going worse and worse and worse. And as a Polish, I said, okay, this is Nazi Germany. Let's go to Mexico and figure it out things from Mexico. So I wanted to share that right now we're looking for Epstein files and so on. And yet we should more look at Europe as well, because it's not much mentioned there. And actually I claim asylum on that. So
yeah, I don't disagree, sir. I don't disagree with you. I think what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of European nations react to people who are citizens of their country being connected to the Jeffrey files. So I think you're seeing Europe step up and the United States not.
Well, I still consider myself persecuted, so I still run from German authorities.
Sure, I get that.
I'm sitting like a duck here in Mexico right now, so.
I get that.
One thing yet I wanted to comment. I was supposedly helped there by the German church, but was not. And we were like getting out of the rent on the third month and on no budget. They say, we help you out. And they put us in the car and drove us to shelter. And we stayed in the hurricane shelter for about 3 months when the hurricane came. And they were scaring people. Like they told us, for example, like they told me, I have it on record, like I could record it. If I continue talking about my stuff, they will make false accusation against me, put me in jail, and I will stay there for years and nobody will help me out. And it's like a common thing to tell immigrants this, right? I mean, it has to be everything reformed. Even Red Cross. Just a really big job for America. Really big job for America.
Understood. I appreciate you jumping in today, sir, and sharing your story
so
with us.
Have a great day. I really like your show.
Thank you very much.
I'm here very
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Have a good day. Be safe out there, sir. Yeah, I mean, I think we could do an entire show, my gosh, on communism and fascism and socialism and progressivism. Oh, my head is spinning now. Yeah. Crazy. I want to just, before let me just do one thing real quick here. See if I can find this. I wanted to play this now. Hang on a second. A little bit more from Ro Khanna, who's been doing the work. And I take a quick break. Drew, I see you. I'll get back to you in just a second. A little bit more from Ro Khanna. He and Thomas Massie have been doing the work. Thomas Massie under the gun of the president. But Ro Khanna's been spending a little bit more time at the DOJ, and this is what he had to say.
This morning, and I discovered 3 additional illegal redactions. First, there is a political candidate who corresponded with Jeffrey Epstein, whose name is redacted. Congressman Thomas Massie in my bill, the Epstein Transparency Act, explicitly says you cannot redact political candidates or politicians. Second, there is a convicted sex trafficker who had alleged ties with the former Prince Andrew. That name is protected. Third, Leslie Wexner's name is protected again, and an additional man whose name they are protecting. I've alerted the Justice Department they need to make these names public as the law requires.
Sorry. Dance break. I just want to go back to that conversation just a second because it's interesting. I think he said he was 70 years old, right? The gentleman before. It's somebody who's 58. I'm not. What request will I ignore? I don't think I'll ignore a request. Boomers in particular, you were raised to be afraid, the Red Scare. You were raised to be afraid of communists. So you still hear that kind of sprinkle in, right? The fear of communism. Like, I get it. I understand where it comes from, but I would rather have a society that leans communist than what we have now, for sure. People have been conditioned to be afraid of it, right? So being 58, 29 times 2, that's how I prefer to refer to myself. We were raised under the threat of nuclear war because of the communists. We were told commies were bad, commie pinkos, right? And you believe that people who are leaned communists were more of a threat as fascism was taking over in our country. So it's interesting that we still have people that are in that, still think that way. Yeah, the Red Scary, exactly. McCarthyism and the whole 9 yards. Hey, Drew, how are you?
Yeah, man, that was my childhood. We were always afraid the Russians were going to take us out any minute now. We're going to hide under the desk. The evil Russians are coming. Because that desk would definitely protect you from a nuclear missile.
Totally, yeah. Cuban Missile Crisis and everything. Yeah, I mean, that was our childhood. That's how we grew up.
Yeah, I mean, it was everything in the 80s. I mean, we were terrified of them, just absolutely terrified of them.
Agreed.
But I wanted to ask you a question. I've been meaning to ask you earlier in the week because I don't know the legality of it. Maybe you don't either. I don't know. But one of the first things, and I apologize because I'm here every day. When you started playing, I was in a bad place that morning that you started playing the hearing, and I just couldn't listen to it. I had to leave. I apologize in the chat. I got to go. I can't listen to this crap right now. I did go back and I did go back and listen to it later when I was in a better spot, just because it was just at the time like just hearing her. What she was saying, just like it hit me completely the wrong way. But my question to you, and if we have legal experts in here, and I also have a suggestion after this that I wanted to make to you, but listening to her job is she's the attorney for the entire United States and for the Constitution, correct?
Bro, you got to sit down or stop moving because you're killing people.
I'm right here. I haven't moved. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. The dog jumped up here and started licking my arm.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I gotcha.
So, my question is, she's supposed to be the attorney for the United States, for us, right? For the all Americans.
Correct.
She is being charged with handling the e-files, right?
Correct.
The president of the United States is named multiple times in the e-files.
Correct.
Would it not be impeachable for her to make herself, because the way that she presented herself was as his attorney. Oh, he's the greatest president. Look at all the numbers. I don't know why she's talking about the Dow Jones. She has nothing to do with that. But my question is that not immediately an impeachable offense? Because now she has a direct conflict of interest. It's one thing if she was just working, as part of the administration, say, hey, the administration's really pushing hard and doing great things. He is directly involved in that particular investigation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, impeachable, sure, no doubt. I mean, everybody who's in a cabinet position who serves in government is subjected to impeachment. Question is, like I said earlier, 23 Americans, members of the House and the Senate, would be required to get enough votes from Republicans to remove people from office. 23. That includes people in the House, and then we heard recently that Neil Dunn is resigning in Florida. Could be within a few weeks, which means there's no margin left for Mike Johnson. So articles of impeachment introduced in the House, it could pass. You need the Senate to vote. So yes, she should absolutely be impeached. First of all, she lied yesterday in Congress numerous times, or Wednesday. She lied.
Well, you know, Mike Johnson's busy and he doesn't know about any of this. So,
right? You mean bitch boy?
Bitch boy. Yes, you're bitch boy. I'm sorry. I apologize for uttering the actual name.
It's fine. It's totally fine. He'll get his day. Don't worry.
But hey, I wanted to make a suggestion, because one thing that, and I think that anybody who's had a chance to travel the world a little bit, and I'm not as well traveled as other people by any means. And I've been lucky enough to be able to go to Europe. I haven't been able to visit many other places, but the one thing that I gleaned from those visits was, I'll give you an example. I traveled with a school a couple times, and one of the places that we were really fortunate to get to visit was the school where Anne Frank attended. And it's now called the Anne Frank School. And you could actually go to the classroom and see, like, they still have elements of when you see her class picture, you can still see that little furnace in the background, everything. It's pretty astonishing. But what stuck with me on that is we had a chance to meet with, I think they were 4th and 5th graders, the equivalent of 4th and 5th graders in Amsterdam. And they were so knowledgeable about their own politics our politics, world things. And I was there with some really bright kids, really bright American kids who knew nothing about the country we were visiting. They knew nothing about the politics there. They really had no concept of anything. And they honestly, if I'm being honest, they didn't really fully understand our own country and how our own country worked. But I remember at the time it was George W. Bush was the president, and they were asking really poignant questions about him. Like they knew he was a joke. They knew like these are, like I said, these are young kids that were asking these poignant questions. What I learned from that is that Americans, and it made me more observant that Americans are woefully ignorant about the rest of the world.
Correct.
And I think it's a choice. We think we're great, we're this, we're that, and we don't learn from the rest of the world. We don't appreciate what the rest of the world is going through. We don't know their perspectives on things. So my suggestion, and I know it would be tough to work out with time zones, but I would love for you to do either a weekly or a monthly show with the amazing Sinjay that you have on all the time. I know she has a network of folks that she talks to, then Europeans from various countries. I would love to see, folks from South America. I'd love to see folks from anywhere. I would love to be able to have some kind of a group, where we can discuss things and get different perspectives, because as Americans, we don't get that. And our media doesn't present that to us. We do our best to go to spaces like yours and meet people like that. I just think that would be something that if you could get with her and get with a few others, and like I said, I know it's tough with the different time zones, but just to hear different perspectives and different point of views, I just think it would be, because I think as Americans, we have to understand that there are other countries. They do things that work, they do things that don't work, and it would be awesome to hear, well, tell us about your healthcare system. What works, what doesn't? Because everybody says, people, you talk about all the time how universal healthcare is the best solution, which I agree with. And other people say, oh, well, in this country, you have to do this. Well, you know what? Why, if we're the greatest, why can't we learn from that, take all those elements and make it better? And that's why I think having that kind of conversation with others would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Drew. I think, and just want to just sort of piggyback or add something to you said about how a lot of Americans don't know what happens in other parts of the world. Too many Americans don't know what's happening in our own country, to be honest. And I think that's the bigger problem, right? So that's part of what the Do Something Tour means, about me going out and reminding people that we have a failing public education system because we don't invest. We have a failing infrastructure network because we don't invest in it. We don't invest in healthcare. We don't invest in our citizenry. The reason we have shit in our fucking food is because we don't have universal healthcare. All these kinds of things. But I love that idea. Create our own little détente, our own little UN, so to speak, so that we can talk about the things that really should matter to people. I mean, it's going to fall on deaf ears. Goes back to education, but I like the idea.
And you know what it is, Steve? It goes back to, I just want to drink my beer. I just want to drive my truck.
It's so true, bro. It's so fucking true. It's so true.
I know you got others ready to come up, but I just, watching that video, I can't get enough of the videos mocking that, because every time I hear that song, it reminds me of when you go on your rants about MAGA and you talk about their truck nuts and this and that, because that song is basically your rant.
It's true, man. I just want to polish my truck nuts. I just want to drink my beer. So listen, nothing wrong with wanting to feed your dog or drinking a beer, but when it becomes your fucking identity, that's a problem. Thanks for jumping in today, bro. I appreciate it.
Happy Valentine's Day. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Thanks, you too. See you later. Take care. He's right. He's right. By the way, thank you to Chad for your $9.99 on YouTube, your super chat. I appreciate you very much, Chad. Thank you for helping us keep the hope for a better future. We love you, Steve. I love you too. You guys are awesome. See, I'm doing better taking my flowers. You see, I've been working on it. Getting a lot of shit. I'm doing better. Let me just go down the list here. Got a lot of folks that are may the force be with you. Thank you, Tina. That's very kind of you. To Jumar, do something. Thank you so very much, Jumar. Appreciate you. Laverne, thank you very much. Happy trails, safe travels. Thank you, Laverne. Appreciate you very much. To Sarah, thank you, Sarah. Fight the power. I got you. Haley, thank you, Haley. I appreciate you. That's very kind for the Do Something Tour. Thank you, Haley. Danielle, thank you so very, very much. You're very kind. Enjoy your content. money towards the goal. Thank you. That's very sweet. Also to Stacy and to Marlene and to Danielle and to Linda and to Doug and to Angela and to Angie and to Chris, to Barb, to Sandy. And I think I got those folks there. Let me go over here. Mackenzie, thank you so very much. That's incredibly kind. Heidi went in Arkansas. I will be in Arkansas at some point. Arkansas, Missouri, that part of the world. Hopefully the trip goes well. Terry, don't apologize for if wanting to do more. What you did is very generous. Appreciate you. Also, Christopher, Aaron, Eva, you guys are great. Appreciate you all very, very much. I love the idea of expanding and having more conversations with people from other countries. Coming to Texas, eventually I will be in Texas. Yeah, I may not be able to make it this trip, but I'll be there. Tejas. I've got lots of offers. Hector and I are going to spend some time together. Hopefully, if I can get there, that's my plan. That is my plan. Hopefully, it'll work out.
Hi, bro. 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes.
You got it, Memo.
Get the blast 5 minutes.
I got you. Yes. If you want to help out our friends, we do this. We do this on occasion. We get some people that are working to try to feed some Syrian refugees. And listen, if you've got some coins to spare, it'd be great. Lots of folks here. I've accepted the fact that maybe it's not exactly sincere, but I'm willing to lean in because I know the people are out there that are doing the work. So if you have a few coins to spare, if we could get him to 2,000, that would be fantastic, guys. I'd appreciate that. Sam, did you just say that TJ wants back in the throuple? I don't know, TJ. Got a lot of work to do. It's all talk. It's all talk until I see some actions. When you can really come clean, TJ, then maybe we can have the conversation. I do have a king size bed. There's plenty of room in the throuple, but you got to earn your way back in. It's not just by invitation only. You have to earn it. Okay. A couple other things here. Do you remember all the interesting that this has sort of gotten underreported since then? The situation with the racist video that was put out by Donald Trump, mocking the Obamas, depicting them as apes, right? And of course, the blame game started, and everybody said, well, it was just a buffering or a scrolling error or whatever the fuck that was. We know it's bullshit because we know the president is a bona fide fucking racist. And anybody that thought what he posted wasn't racist, guess what? You're a racist too. So I made this statement that he said that, or he didn't necessarily say it. Caroline said it, or somebody said it, to say, well, if it's a staff member, then what about that staff member? Why are they still employed? So that goes to Susie Wiles, because she is the chief of staff. If you are a West Wing fan, think Leo McGarry. Okay, that's her job. The confidant of the president. In fact, many administrations, chiefs of staff have such a pivotal role. We could do an entire story about chiefs of staff and what they do. Well, why wasn't that staffer fired? If it was a staff member, why wasn't that staffer immediately fired? If it was an accident, if it happened unintentionally, as some people like to claim, then why hasn't the president apologized for it? And then asked this question just yesterday. Well, here you go.
Mr. President, have you fired or disciplined that staffer who posted the video from your account that included the Obamas?
No, I haven't. That was a video on, as you know, voter fraud. And fairly long video, and they had a little piece and had to do with the Lion King. It's been very well, it's been shown all over the place long before that was posted. But that was a very strong, and I'm sure you saw it, a very strong piece on voter fraud.
One more time. I want to play this again. Question was asked, if it was a staffer, listen to how quickly he dismisses this.
Have you fired or disciplined that staffer who posted the video from your account that included the Obamas?
No, I haven't. That was a video.
No, I haven't. Nope, I haven't. Haven't fired that staffer because I can't fire myself.
On, as you know, voter fraud.
Uh-huh.
And fairly long video, and they had a little piece and had to do with the Lion King. It's been very well, it's been shown all over the place long before that was posted.
What?
But that was a very strong, and I'm sure you saw it, a very strong piece on voter fraud. And the piece that you're talking about was all over the place many times, I believe for years.
No. No. Nope. No, you're a racist. You're a racist and a predator. And a twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing a fraudster, convicted felon, predator, name on a list. Racist. That's who you are. That's who you are. And if I was in a congressional hearing, apparently chaired by a Republican, I'm not allowed to say bad things about the president. Well, I'll say it here then. Hey, Trump, you're a fucking Nazi. How about that? With that track, would I lose my badge to the executive washroom in the Capitol? Hey, Trump, you're a fucking racist. Did you catch that? Hey, Trump, your name's in the Epstein files more than anybody else. Hey, Trump, you said you wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Hey, Trump, you said when asked what you have in common with your daughter, you said sex. Hey, Trump, you said that if Ivanka wasn't your daughter, perhaps you'd be dating her. Would I get kicked out of the committee hearing if I was there? You're a racist. And anybody that supports him or thinks what he did wasn't racist, you know what? I got a little secret for you. You're a racist too. You're a racist too. Did you know that? Probably. Maybe you don't care. Well, I do. I do. I do. All right. A couple more things here. What I'm gonna share with you guys next is a bit disturbing, but I think it's necessary because it speaks to exactly what we talk about and how big this network is. Okay. First, let me play you some sound from Lawrence O'Donnell because he reported on this briefly. It's just a quick little sounder, and this person was pardoned. This person's name is Andrew Paul Johnson. Andrew Paul Johnson was one of the insurrectionist, riotous traitors who, to this day, believe that Donald Trump is the second coming. Andrew Paul Johnson attacked the Capitol, beat up police officers, was sentenced to jail, and was pardoned by the president. Andrew Paul Johnson. Here's the story on Mr. Johnson.
Here on January 6th, when he participated in the attack on the Capitol to try to overturn the presidential election for Donald Trump, he pleaded guilty to federal charges for his participation in the attack on the Capitol.
Yeah, he did.
And on his first day in office, Donald Trump pardoned
Yes, he did.
Andrew Paul Johnson,
Yes, he did.
who is now facing the possibility of life in prison in Florida.
Really? Why?
For molesting an 11-year-old boy.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. That's right. You heard it. Andrew Paul Johnson, insurrectionist traitor, pardoned, and then is facing life in prison for molesting an 11-year-old boy. But I'm sure that's just nothing to see here, right? See, Mike, I see you chirping in the chat, but you're not brave enough to address that now, are you? Are you? You're not. You're not willing to look at the dozens of other cases of pardoned traitorous fucks who've done the same thing. Nothing to see here, though, right, Mike? Yeah, I wouldn't accept that invitation either. Okay. Well, the story gets even worse because of how deep this goes. Federal case against accused Charleston judge expands to include allegations of SA. This story is continuing. There was a judge. His name is Magistrate Judge James B. Gosnell. Okay. Hang on a second. Hang on one second. He was suspended for sexually abusing children in his West Ashley neighborhood and planning to travel to Florida to molest and allegedly unalive an infant. Judge, right? a conservative judge. That's how deep this goes. And I'm not saying he's connected to the Epstein files. Doesn't matter. It is all men until it's no men. It is all men until it's no men. Period. Magistrate James B. Gosnell. A suspended county magistrate is accused of sexually abusing children in his West Ashley neighborhood. I got a violation. Of course I got a violation. Whatever, I don't give a shit. And was planning to travel to Florida to molest an allegedly unalive an infant. Who's going to do something about this? Hey, Mike, are you going to stand up to this shit? Hey, Mike, you're so afraid of the radical left. Hey, Mike, you coward as fuck. Are you going to call this shit out? Because I call it out every single day. I don't care who it is. I don't give a shit what party you belong to. I don't care who your ideologies are. I don't give a shit. I don't care about any of it. What I care is standing for survivors and doing the best that I can to help make sure that their voices are heard. What do, Mike? You sit in here and get triggered by nail varnish because you are quite possibly the most cowardest, weakest, softest, pathetic man I've ever seen. It's true, Mike. It's true. And you know it to be true. What are you doing to stand up against this shit? Are you demanding that Pam Bondi be impeached? Are you demanding that the president be impeached? Are you? Because I am. Because that's what people do who truly do believe in the rule of law. You don't. Yeah, I shouldn't have called him a man. Yeah, beta bitch boy at best, on his best day. Mediocre on his best day. I am so disgusted by this shit. I am so fucking disgusted. So disgusted. They should all be impeached. Every single, Trump too, right, Mike? Trump too, right? Because if Pam Bondi should be impeached, she's lying to protect him. So therefore, if she's lying to protect him, then he should be impeached too, right? And removed. Or is that just a witch hunt? All right. I'm going to close today with Lawrence O'Donnell, because what we saw in Minnesota, and I know things are not, done there yet, but Operation Metro Surge or whatever the fuck it is, looks like they're going to be, pulling back a little bit. We'll see. It's all because of Trump's approval numbers. It's all because of his polling information. That's all it is. That's all it is. It doesn't look good for him. So it was never about what he said it was about. It was just about saber rattling. It was just about cruelty. It was just about flexing his fascist fucking muscles. And it was just about him doing whatever Stephen Miller told him to do. So here we are. Lawrence O'Donnell does a good job calling it out.
Retreated again today.
Trump did.
Donald Trump never announced his full retreat of National Guard troops from the streets of American cities. But as we reported last night, Donald Trump no longer has a single member of the National Guard patrolling a single street in America. That full and humiliating retreat came before Donald Trump sent his so-called border czar, Tom Homan, to Minneapolis to manage the Trump retreat from Minneapolis, which Tom Homan announced on his first full week in that city 3 weeks ago. And today, Tom Homan made the announcement that everyone in Minneapolis and most people in the country have been waiting for.
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude.
Donald Trump is not the first president to launch an unwinnable war. Presidents have been doing that with disturbing regularity since Vietnam. Donald Trump is the first president to launch an unwinnable war in the United States against the people of the United States, people who then used the rights granted to them in the.
So I'm going to pause right there. So, Mike, here's the thing. You put a comment like that, I would never say that I'm a good man. I would never say that because that's not up to me. I'm not the arbiter of stuff like that, Mike. I'm not the arbiter of that. Other people make that determining factor. I can never say that I'm a safe space. That's not on me. I can't say that I'm an ally. That's not on me. That's the point you're missing, Mike. Your actions should determine whether or not people think you're a good man or people think you're a safe space. That does not make you a good man. A good man is what your actions do. Who are you defending? Who are you supporting? Who are you standing up for? Do you have a line? And if somebody crosses it, are you sincere enough and do you have enough integrity to be able to say, I'm done? I don't think you do, Mike. I don't think you do. So your first mistake you made was to go public and say, I'm a good man. And if you feel like you have to say that, then that's the biggest problem, bro. If you want to try to be a big man, you can just deconstruct right here. Hey, Chris.
Greetings.
How are you?
Well, I just walked in the room and all of a sudden I got an invite. I thought I was needed.
It may have been, I'm glad you're here. It's been a while, but I don't think I invited you. But you're welcome to share if you have anything on your mind. It's good to see you again, sir.
Well, I'm just putzing around in the studio today, recovering from the from Pam's.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
Right? Yeah.
Boy, howdy.
Boy, howdy is right.
I mean, don't get me wrong. At this point, we've all watched. So we've all been forced to watch people politically fillet Donald Trump from publicly. Exactly.
Yeah, right.
We've all
exactly.
had our eyelids held open for this time and time
Correct.
again. But that was just special. That was. I figure if she ever finds herself on the opposite end of a prosecution, and if she is ever found responsible, guilty, liable, whatever, that part of her sentence, because I absolutely know she cannot be doing this right now. Part of her sentence should be that once a week, she should be sat in a room and forced to watch every single congressional performance she has rendered since she has fallen under, since she has sold her soul to that man. Because there's no way she could be watching them now. Everything she seems to be saying is so in the moment and whatever. I think she should just have to sit and on a 24-hour loop, watch and listen to everything she's doing and saying.
Agreed. I agree.
In addition to, I don't think that should be the whole thing. But at any rate, how you been, man?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. For those of you who don't know, when we play our little sounders here, like our PSA and our sound intro for Facts After Dark tonight, this handsome gentleman is the one who produced that for us. So
yes,
if you
Old Man
appreciate
River.
That, Old Man River.
Old Man River here on the microphone.
Although I think I'm older than you, aren't I? So what does that mean?
No,
What
I
does
think
that
we're
say
about the same
me?
age.
Okay, about. I'll take that. I'll take about. That's fine.
We're roughly about the. We're in there somewhere. We're in the same pocket.
We were both raised on hose water and neglect. That's all we know.
Hose water, neglect, and BMX bikes, my friend.
BMX bikes and jarts.
With those kickback brakes, boy, I miss those kickback brakes.
and the banana seat.
And the banana. Well, you know what? Yeah, the banana seat that if you were wise, you never really sat on. You were just too busy standing up trying to get where you were trying to go, man.
Yeah, I know, bro.
We perfected the stand-up pedal.
We sure did. I appreciate you jumping in today, friend. It's good to see you as always.
In the meantime, I do have Well, I had. Apparently, I am one gin and tonic and too many at this point, so I forgot what I was going to say. But
okay.
If you need me for anything, let me know. Send me a message.
I will.
I'm not on as much as I used to because my hours are weird, but
I got you. I might actually hit you up for a favor, but we'll talk.
Oh,
thanks for being here.
That reminds me, because I was bitching and moaning at the radio earlier today. For those of us who are not in the know, Article 92 of the UCMJ says what it says. You can't be prosecuted for telling somebody a law. If I tell you not to run a red light, doesn't matter if you think I said so maliciously. The maliciousness of my telling you not to run a red light does not matter. It's still the law. And I told you, I could be the devil himself telling you not to run a red light. It could have the most malicious intent imaginable. You still couldn't prosecute me for that. It's not a thing. And for Pete Hegseth, of all people, to be trying to prosecute. I'm sorry. Am I still on?
It's okay. Yeah, I got you.
Okay. For Pete Hegseth, of all people, who said the exact same thing and went even further by calling the man an armchair tough guy, to be trying to prosecute both a captain and a man who has landed a space shuttle and trying to scare him.
Been shot at over flying sorties over Iraq and Afghanistan.
He's flown sorties over Iraq. He has landed a space shuttle. Do you think
that's right?
A drunk who could barely be trusted with a spot on Fox television on the weekends truly intimidates
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Thank you, my dude. I appreciate you. Have a good day, all right? Be safe out there.
All right, you have a good one.
You too. Take care. Talk to you soon. Just to clarify, Chris made our PSAs and our intros, and our friend Gravedigger, who I saw in the chat, recently produced the intro song that we now have. So hearts in the chat for Gravedigger as well. I appreciate you guys being here to help us out. Okay, got a couple people who've requested. I'll try to get to everybody. I see you, Rusty. I'll get you. We'll go to noon today or a little after once we clear the box, as they say. Don't do it, Jess. Don't you dare. You're going to anyway, so why'd I even say that? Tony, are you there? I guess not. You can request again if you want. Or not. I was playing the sound from Lawrence, but I'll pause. I will. I'll finish in just a second. Hello, Russell. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on? Happy Free Speech Friday.
Thank you. I just popped up to say hello and hope you're having a good day. I'm finally kind of coming out of my fugue.
Okay.
So with all the busyness I've had since the end of the year.
Did you buy yourself some chocolates and some lace underwear for tomorrow?
Chocolates, no, I'm diabetic.
Fair.
You know.
Fair. Sorry.
And I'll just stop there. Because the other, it is Friday.
Yes.
So
it is indeed. It is indeed.
And
it is indeed.
Parading around and that is not a vision, even for myself. That no,
I can't even believe I said it, to be perfectly honest.
I mean,
I'm regretting that moment.
That's going to be that's not only going to be in my head, but it's going to be in your head for a while. So,
yeah, it's not the only thing that's going to be in my head.
Hey,
I'll leave that right there. I'll leave that right there. We're doing love languages tonight, and going to get into play some of the best love songs ever written tonight at Facts for Facts After Dark at 7. So if you're around and you want to come back, please do.
I will do so. My love language is Klingon. That's sad.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. Peace, my dude. Okay, so let me go back to this sound from Lawrence O'Donnell, and we'll wrap.
Donald Trump is not the first president to launch an unwinnable war. Presidents have been doing that with disturbing regularity since Vietnam. Donald Trump is the first president to launch an unwinnable war in the United States against the people of the United States, people who then used the rights granted to them in the Constitution to rise up and protest against Donald Trump's war. And the protesters won. The protesters faced a unique challenge in getting through to Donald Trump and forcing him to retreat. They had to change the mind of a man who has no connection to reality, no comprehension of the Constitution, and no basic human decency. A man who is surrounded by the most incompetent, ignorant, and amoral cabinet and advisors in the history of the American presidency. A group that on any given day is capable of saying things that no one who ever emerged from the Senate confirmation process in our history could have possibly said before the weakest Republican Senate in history decided to confirm Donald Trump's cabinet. Today's winner of the daily competition for most perverse thing said by a Trump cabinet member said, and these are the exact words, quote, "I'm not scared of a germ, you know. I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats." Unfortunately, guessing who said that about germs and cocaine.
That's right. Like you could just flip a coin. Who said this shit? I am not going to judge someone for substance use addictions. I'm not going there. But this is the fucking cabinet.
And toilet seats is easier than it should be.
How many of you?
I'm not afraid of a germ. I used to snort blow off of a toilet seat. Nothing to see here. And then I moved on to gutting a moose.
I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
Yes, that is Donald Trump's Secretary of
Health and Human Services.
And Human Services.
Correct.
Telling us.
Correct.
Why we shouldn't be afraid of communicable diseases, at least the ones he didn't get from toilet seats. It would be nice if we could regard something like that as funny. But he is the sociopath who deliberately steered people to their deaths with his opposition to vaccines, the single greatest advance in the history of medicine.
Correct.
Donald Trump has found more ways to kill more people during peacetime than any president in history. He appoints a madman.
Correct.
To be the Secretary of Health.
Correct.
And then with Elon Musk's guidance, Donald Trump takes food away from people in the middle of famine in Africa. He took HIV medicine away from people who needed to survive, medicine that was being delivered in Africa thanks to the initiative of Republican President George W. Bush. Donald Trump said, no, we don't want to save those lives. The food was already in transit to those starving people, and Donald Trump became the first president in history to deny food to starving people. The United States of America has been helping people for 200 years in famine until Donald Trump said, let them die.
Let them die.
Let them starve to death.
Right.
Because Elon Musk wanted them to. The world's richest man killing the world's poorest children.
Correct.
And so how does a protester on the streets of Minneapolis get through the heartless depravity that defines Donald Trump and surrounds Donald Trump? Video recordings proved Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered in Minneapolis by Donald Trump's invasion forces.
They were.
And that made Donald Trump's invasion of Minneapolis ultimately politically untenable for him.
Correct.
As his poll numbers found new lows every week. And so after 2 murders, Donald Trump orders his invasion forces into retreat.
A significant drawdown has already been underway this week and will continue to the next week. A small footprint of personnel will remain for a period of time to close out and transition full command and control back to the field office.
Hey, Tom, just curious, where's the bag of cash, Tom? Where's the $50,000 that we all know you took? Where is that?
After Donald Trump's full retreat announced today, Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz said this.
Minnesotans never wavered. And for that, I will be forever grateful.
I think it's probably safe to say the rest of the country will be forever grateful, because they showed what it means to stand up for what's right, to stand up for the true principles of this country, to stand with the Constitution, and to stand with human decency. And so I want to note that the announcement today by...
Real quick, Sam and or Mods, Gravedigger, bro, thank you so much. Would somebody mind reaching out to him so I don't forget? Said he made a song for us for do something, so I don't forget. I will follow up, but I don't want to forget. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you very much.
Mr. Holman, we are cautiously optimistic, as we've said, and that this surge of untrained, aggressive federal agents are going to leave Minnesota. And I guess they'll go wherever they're going to go. But the fact of the matter is, they left us with deep damage, generational trauma. They left us with economic ruin in some cases. They left us with many unanswered questions. Where are our children? Where and what is the process of the investigations into those that were responsible for the deaths of Renee and Alex?
That's right.
This evening, the mayor of Minneapolis told Chris Hayes that the credit for driving Donald Trump out of Minneapolis belongs to the people of Minneapolis.
It is a great relief, and the people that deserve the credit are the residents of Minneapolis. It's the 435,000 people. It's the tens of thousands of people that have been protesting peacefully in the streets, that have been standing up for their neighbors, getting groceries to people that are terrified to go outside. And I'm sure there's going to be relief. I think what you saw is you saw a federal government and an administration that thought that they were going to break the people of Minneapolis down. They thought that we were going to back down and sort of kowtow to whatever it is that they were looking to get done, not just locally in Minneapolis, but nationwide. They were looking to implement a national agenda based on coercing us to change local policy. And here's the thing, we didn't. The people of Minneapolis stood up. They stood up for their neighbors. They loved on each other. And I think that's the kind of patriotism that is ultimately going to get us through this.
Handsome young man. Mayor of Minneapolis.
Our first guest tonight, Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, who is in charge of the homicide investigations of the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
Yeah, the public execution.
Said this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the public execution at the hands of unqualified, untrained, masked thugs. Yeah, them.
If the federal government is really ending this occupation, the reason is that Minnesotans resisted in countless nonviolent ways. This community continues to show inspirational energy and strength in caring for neighbors. Our immigrant community has demonstrated incredible courage. To the people of Hennepin County, you are owed a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid for showing the federal government and the nation just how much you care for your neighbors and for democracy.
Donald Trump is in retreat again. Donald Trump has retreated from his National Guard deployment in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump retreated from his ICE invasion force in Chicago. Donald Trump retreated from his deployment of National Guard and ICE invasion forces in Los Angeles. And now Donald Trump has retreated from Minneapolis. And maybe this time Donald Trump has learned a lesson. Not a lesson in humanity, not a lesson in the Constitution, not a lesson in the First Amendment right to protest, but a lesson in what happens to his polls as his invasion forces continue their obviously and now provably deliberate homicidal cruelty. Where human beings have a conscience, Donald Trump has poll numbers. And his poll numbers are telling him never again. His poll numbers are telling him do not pick another American city to attack. Do not send your murderous forces on another invasion of another American city. That's what Donald Trump's poll numbers are telling him tonight.
Speaking of polls, Chaz, thanks for pulling this. I saw this earlier. Everything to him, you'll notice when he talks to people, he says, oh, they really liked me. or I'm doing great in this. It's all about the numbers game for him. You know, when he gets his participation trophies. There's reporting about Gallup. Gallup will no longer measure presidential approval. Will no longer measure presidential approval. The analytics firm announced on February the 11th, founded by George Gallup in 1935, the Washington, D.C.-based management company began tracking the president's job performance 88 years ago. Gallup told USA Today it will no longer publish favorability ratings of political figures, a decision it said reflects an evolution in how Gallup focuses its public research and thought leadership. A statistician and former founder of the American Institute of Public Opinion, Gallup first sent pollsters across the U.S. during the Depression to ask people whether they approved or disapproved of how the nation's commander-in-chief was handling the job. Since its inception, journalists have used the polls to disseminate that information to the public. In addition to tracking a president's popularity, the polls also reveal partisanship and other rapid public opinion moves while a president is in office. The change is part of a broader, ongoing effort to align all of Gallup's public work with its mission, the company wrote in an email. For nearly a century, Gallup's U.S. polling has provided rigorous, independent insight into the American people, their perspectives, values, and lives. Leadership ratings have been part of Gallup's history. At the same time, the context around these measures has changed. Boo. Absolutely fucking boo that they did that. Boo. Shame on them. I don't care why. This is when I talk about my concern about the future of the press. It's shit like this. That's the point. We'll close with Tony today. Good morning, Tony. How are you? Tony?
Morning.
Tony,
Let me turn down this TV real quick.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Let me turn down this TV real quick.
Please do.
Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. I'm trying to. Okay.
While he's doing, hold on a second. While he's
okay.
Go ahead. Tell your story.
Are you still there?
I am.
Okay. So, I'm sure you remember me.
I do.
I'm the one that had to wait for 5 days to change my profile picture, and I was Trump forever.
That's right. I remember that now. Thanks for the reminder. And you're no longer Trump forever, are you?
Yeah. Actually, more and more that I look into certain things and things that I've never done before, I've really fact-checked a lot of things. And it's getting worse and worse, So I just wanted to come up here and tell you something that nobody knows about. And I don't care who says what. I don't care who sees me here. But I'm about ready to tell the truth about everything. You know why you got a flag? I don't want you to, say any names, but you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
And the little boy, because of pardons, you know about that, right?
I do.
What I'm speaking of? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Arizona, okay? And there was a guy that was pardoned from, the January 6th. And everybody hailed him as a king here. 4 days ago,
I lost you, bro.
4 days ago. Okay, you hear me? You hear me?
Now, yes. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know how much you heard, but I live in Arizona, and one of the guys that were at, 6th, he was pardoned. He came here, and everybody looked at him as a king, like, you know what I mean. Anyways, it was like work, and 4 days ago, he did something really bad to a woman. The woman is so frightened to say anything that it probably might not ever come out. But I'm here to say it happened because my wife works with this lady. I'm not going to mention any names. It's not good. But I just want everybody to know that Trump is doing things and letting people out that is hurting the citizens of our country.
I know.
And I see it. I actually see it. And people say, well, how come this lady took 4 or 5 years to come out? Well, they're scared. They're scared of what would happen to them and their family if they do come out. Because there's nobody to protect them. Nobody listens to them. Nobody believes them. I'm so sorry that I voted for something like this. And I just want the people to know that I apologize for my vote. That's all I gotta say. I have to go.
It's okay. Thank you, Tony.
I want everybody to know it's wrong. It is so wrong, and it's fascist. There's a strong fascist regime going on here, and I'm jumping off ship. I'm done. I am so done.
Make sure you're calling out others, making sure you're taking others down with you. Make sure you're getting some mental health too, Tony. Make sure you're going to see a therapist, going to see a doctor, because there's a lot to unpack here. Deconstructing is something it's really, really hard. Really, really hard. And it's scary as shit because your identity is connected to lots of things. You want to come back here and have a conversation with me. If you want to reach out to me in my Discord, I can put you in contact with mental health professionals that can help you navigate through this shit, because it's scary, man. The first step that you took, though, is the fucking hardest one. So I'm proud of you for doing that. Make sure you follow through, okay?
And you know what really stood out the most about this is when you said, I don't give a shit. I'm going to speak on it. That's exactly what I feel right now.
Good. Good, bro. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you,
You're
man.
welcome.
We got
you. Have a nice day.
Welcome. You too. Welcome to our family. See you later. Take care.
Bye.
Jesus. I want to bring up Gravedigger. I saw you in here, friend. I want to give you your flowers. Gravedigger is the person who made our intro song that I really, really love. So thank you for doing that, bro. I appreciate you. Steve. And I understand there may be another one in the horizon, so to speak.
Yeah, there's one right here, right now.
Let's hear it. Here's the debut.
Facts still matter, so stand up, lean in. You don't need a cape just to help someone win. Do something simple, do something true. Make a sandwich for a friend, hold the door for someone too. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Facts still matter, it starts with you.
Damn, bro.
I will have that sent to you today.
I appreciate you. Everybody, hearts in the chat for our friend Gravedigger for doing the work, for doing something that is awesome. It will be an honor. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks for being here, bro. I'll talk to you soon.
You bet.
He's got my email. That's just fucking awesome. I love it. In a million years, I would never even, I don't even know what to say. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. And I love it because it comes from our community. That's the best part. Hello, love. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. I promise I won't make you cry like Manny did.
Yeah, like that's going to really work.
No, I just wanted to come up and just say that I love you and I support you so much, even though I'm not always in here because we go live around the same time. But I can't tell you how grateful I am for the community that you have allowed me to be a part of. And I appreciate you, I appreciate your mod team, and I appreciate every single person in your chat who also comes into my lives all the time.
Well, you know how I feel about you.
I know, and I'm grateful for it.
I know that. And don't forget who coined you Gen Z influencer. Let's not we're not going to let that go onto the dustbin of history. Right? Don't forget.
Yeah. No, Steve coined that name to me and has helped my community grow. And I actually rewatched Manny's part because I didn't get to see it because I was live at the time, and all I saw was the messages and people are like, "You have a fantastic partner." And I can't tell you, I'm glad you guys see it as well because I tell them every single day. A lot of you have seen me from ground one to where I am now, and the growth I've had just in the last 2-3 years is absolutely fantastic. And I can't tell you how much I see you as not only as an older brother figure, but someone who's actually proud of me because I have the opposite side of what Manny has. My parents don't talk politics with me because they think differently than I do. And I'm grateful to know that I have community that not only you've helped create, but I've also helped create, and we just all circle around one another every single time. And it's needed more than ever because that junk meeting with Pam Bondi and shit like that was.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I just wanted to give you your daisies.
Thank you.
And that I love you so much.
I appreciate you. I love you too. Are you about to go live?
No, Monica is actually live right now. My work wife's live.
Okay, so we're gonna raid Monica and Olive. Are you going to be with her on the panel?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be there. She was doing her own stuff, and I wanted to come and make sure you heard me also say that I love you so much, and I love every single one of your mods. But yes. Yes, I know. So we're gonna raid you. So we'll raid Monica and Olive. And notice by the way, notice how she said that she looks to me as like her older brother. Good move, Olive. That was a very good move. I really appreciate that. I did not miss that. I appreciate you very much. I love you so much.
Friend. We'll see you soon. Okay.
Bye, guys.
All right, bye. All right, friends. What a day today. An absolute amazing day. This is I cannot even express enough what this community means to me. I get in here every single day, and yeah, there's a side of me that's struggles through my own mental health because of the shit that we have to deal with. But this is important to me. Like I've said, I'm a purpose-driven individual, and because of the love and the support and the recognition that you show us, that is fuel for me every single day. My mods know, right, about how important this is to me, which is part of the reason that I'm going on the road. The Do Something Tour is going to happen. It may not happen in my perfect vision, but I don't give a shit. I really don't care. I'm just going to go fucking do it. I need your help. More information to come. Please consider joining our team by joining the Discord so you can follow along our progress. Follow us on YouTube. Follow us on Twitch. You want to support us the best way at this point. We need financial support. I'm a little bit nervous about fundraising, but we'll get there. I love you all very, very much. As you know, we're going to go raid Monica, just Monty, and Olive. Head on over there. We'll see you tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern time for Facts After Dark. We'll talk about love languages. We'll probably get a little spicy because that's fine too. And we're going to feature some of the best love songs.